Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Staci said we need to keep this casual, and then you do like a countdown and it's like, okay, go. And that makes you feel a little bit tight. So anyway, I'm happy to have this going on today, and I think it's an exciting day. I've already learned a few things about myself and about this process just today. I recognized an old friend in Jack that I used to work in San Juan County, and it wasn't that long ago, and he doesn't recognize me. So I've definitely aged a little bit with time, and probably the beard that I'm trying to grow to make it so the deer can't see my face is probably not helping. And then I also learned, is it Kellen? Kellen used to be a fellow worm catcher. I call him a worm buster for when I used to catch worms, catch and sell worms. So that's kind of fun. Anyway, thank you all for being here today. This is going to be a great day, great training. This is a great public service that you all provide, and we're excited as an agency to not only give the training but answer questions that we can and put us in a great spot moving forward. There is a lot of new RAC members, and we have 2 new board members today, and that's an exciting time for us. If you would all take a look at our strategic plan, this is where I wanted to start this morning with some opening remarks. Wildlife management is a big deal in this state. We all know that. We all hear about it. We all see it. We believe that wildlife is valuable to everyone. And that is everything that we do at the Division of Wildlife Resources, we try to tie to our strategic plan. And we constantly need reminders of what that is. I need reminders of what that is and how we serve the public. And I wanted to share a couple things from our plan. In that second paragraph, just on the front page, it says, this strategic plan provides our employees with clear direction about who we are and what we do and how we will conduct ourselves. All of our programs and work plans should tie into the goals and objectives of this plan and provide demonstrable value to the public. Demonstratable. Sorry, that's a hard word for me to say. That's tricky. So again, when you look at our values statement, integrity, professionalism, accountability, teamwork, and cooperation. I hope, if nothing else, that you get from the training you're going to receive today is that this is what we expect our employees to be representing when they are at work, in their personal life, whatever it may be. This is how we roll. And when we do RAC and board selections, we are looking for the same values that we think will shine a positive light on our agency, on the resource, and for the public who we represent. And so keep that in mind. That is, if you flip over the page and then it goes into our agency, constituency, and resource goals and objectives on how we get there. A couple of the things I wanted to mention here under that constituency goal of who we represent on objective 1, it says increase opportunities for and participation in fishing, hunting, and other wildlife related activities. For me, the connection to that is that we believe that wildlife is valuable to everyone, and it increases our quality of life in the state of Utah, whether you're a consumptive user, a non-consumptive user, whatever the aspect is. Wildlife is valuable to everyone, and wildlife increases your satisfaction in your life. We believe that. And those are a couple things that we ask our RAC and board members to keep in mind as we work through hard issues that affect multiple stakeholders and multiple people, regardless of location. So the other thing I wanted to share is Objective 5 under our constituency goal as well, improve our understanding of how the broader public views and values wildlife and how it contributes to their quality of life, and take reasonable steps to address their needs, wishes, and priorities. I think this one ties directly to our RAC and board public process and how we handle those things and how we conduct ourselves in those meetings. I hope you recognize that our employees we're honestly trying to be upfront, transparent, honest, respectful in the way that we deal with the public and how we handle ourselves. And that's what we expect from the RAC and board members as well. And I hope that the division can be a good example of that. And if there's ways that you think we can improve those aspects of our job, we definitely want to hear that. So again, thank you for being here today. We're going to have a great training. And with that, let's swear in a couple new board members. If we could have Paula and Kent come up, please. Mike, where's a good place to stand? This is fun for me because usually the DNR executive director gets to do this, but I get to do it today. So he's given me the green light. So if you would both raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Paula Richmond,
Having been appointed by Governor Spencer J. Cox
having been appointed by Spencer J. Cox
and confirmed by the Utah Senate
and confirmed by the Utah Senate
as a member of the Wildlife Board,
as a member of the Wildlife Board,
do solemnly swear that I will support,
that I will support,
obey, and defend
obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
and I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
Great. Thank you. Hold on. Stay up here. Have you sign right there, Paula?
Okay.
Hopefully my pen works. I did bring one.
Well prepared.
You want a shot of that? Thank you. One more round of applause for Paula. Thank you, Kent. One more round for Kent. That's great. I'm excited to be. I really do like change and embrace change and think that we do better as we gain different perspectives from different individuals, and that's exciting. I think anytime it's a big responsibility to be on the wildlife board. I don't want to say it's a thankless job because I think it is. There's a lot of people that you might hear from in both the RAC and board process. I think you might hear from many that don't recognize the effort that you're all putting in and the time commitment that it is to, but there is many that do, and they're definitely grateful. I see those things all the time. So thank you. With that, I think I get to be next on the agenda, right? With Randy. Randy, do you want to come up and say anything first before I start rambling on? Okay. So the next item on the agenda is the roles, responsibilities of the Wildlife Board, RAC and DWR staff. most of the things that I wanted to say here are very simple. They're in code, and I know they'll be later emphasized and talked about a little more in detail. But really, in preparation for this, I've been the director for 2 years to the week, I believe, because it's burned in my memory that the first week I was director, we had this training, we had a leadership team meeting, we had an awards banquet, which we will do tonight as well. And then we followed that up with a board meeting, which included cougar harvest and cougar data, and was the cougar board meeting. And I had a trip planned that I thought for sure they won't put me in as director until after that trip, and I was wrong. They wanted me to do that. So I got this week, and we essentially have this week every year. And it's a great week. It's my favorite week. I sent something to employees last night that tomorrow's one of my favorite days. And I would be lying if I said it was because of this, but it's, the opportunity to recognize our employees tonight is something that I really look forward to. And it really is the crux of wildlife management in this state, I believe, is the people that we hire and the people that we work with and the stakeholders that are involved in what we do. So with that, plus you have the bow hunt that starts Saturday, so I'll be ready for that. But anyway, in code, we changed our code got recodified, and so the numbers switched on me, but we're still Title 23, we're just 23A. And there's sections in there, if you have not read this, on the powers of the Wildlife Board, the powers of the division, the RAC process, the committees that are put in place on Wildlife Board Selection Committee. All of those things are in statute, in code. So I would encourage you to go find those, and that's what I'm going to reference today. 23A-2-102 is the powers of the division to determine facts and the policy-making powers of the Wildlife Board. And there's just two things I want to share in there. It says the division may determine the facts relevant to the wildlife resources of this state. Upon a determination of the facts, the Wildlife Board shall establish the policies best designed to accomplish the purposes and fulfill the intent of the laws pertaining to wildlife and the preservation, protection, conservation, perpetuation, introduction, and management of wildlife. Down in C of the same section, it says the Wildlife Board shall consider the recommendations of the regional advisory councils. So you have the DWR as the fact-finding agency. You have the Wildlife Board as the policy arm. And then in the RAC's portion, this is under 23A-302, I believe. Nope, sorry, one more page. 23A-2-303. This is where statute talks about the creation of the regional advisory councils. And in 4 of that section, it talks about who you represent in the initial paragraph. But in section 4, it says the regional advisory council shall hear broad input, including recommendations, biological data, and information regarding the effects of wildlife, and gather information from staff, the public, and government agencies, and make recommendations to the Wildlife Board in an advisory capacity. This is quite the process. We have seen it. I started 2 years ago, and I started to make a list of I don't want to say issues, that's not the right word, a list of the items that we have tackled in the last 2 years. And there has been a lot, and they have been hard. I think we tackled trail cameras more than once, and you never know where that will be tackled again. So this process is a good process. It is looked on by many other states as a great way to receive public input into what wildlife management agencies are doing. We have to keep, as an agency and as RAC and board members, you have to be able to listen objectively to what the public wants. And that sometimes we get something in our minds of a certain way something should go or what we envision. And that often changes. And what we want inside the agency and with our RAC members and our board is to be able to have those conversations where we can get to the right outcomes by listening to each other and listening to the public. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Randy if he has anything to say. Just, you know, being new to this, and we're gonna recognize our past wildlife board chair and Carl for their service tonight. But all of you, tonight at our awards banquet, really the people getting awards, they represent all of our division employees and they represent our partners that will be getting awards. The Wildlife Board, I hope you recognize that as RAC members and everything else. They represent all of us in this process as far as the policymaking portion, and they put in a lot of time and effort, and the division is very grateful for that and grateful for the relationships that we're able to just have open conversations when we need to. So thanks, Randy.
First off, I'll say that Jay and I differ in one way. I don't embrace change. I'm one of those guys that fight against it, but I do recognize that things don't improve without change. And so we've got to, in order to have improvement, we do have to change. And so that's one thing that I struggle with myself personally. I'll just share that with you. But first, I want to thank you all for being here today and for all the time and effort and talents that you've got and you're going to put into this effort. It is time consuming. Some topics, some months are going to be a lot more time consuming than others. But for the time you're going to be away from your family, away from your hobbies, away from your work, doing things for to help the wildlife of the state of Utah, I want you to know that's recognized, and I do appreciate it greatly. I want you to know it's a real honor for me to be a part of our wildlife board. It was a real honor for me to be a part of our regional RAC. I've had the opportunity to travel around to different states and see how they're operated, see how they function, see how their public process works. And in my opinion, ours is hands down the process we have with you as RAC members and RACs taking input from the public and providing that as a resource to the wildlife board is just it's just fabulous. I was at a meeting last month in Santa Fe, and there was an individual there that was sharing kind of how their public process worked. Because I asked the question, "How does your public process work?" And their public process was that they just they have a commission instead of a board. They just brought input in from everybody got to provide input from individuals from their state and provide input to the commissioners. And and this individual had over 40,000 pieces of input from people, for this one topic. And it's just mind-boggling how, and there's a lot of times you're going to get emails, you're going to get hundreds of them, but to have 40,000 of them to have to go through and stuff, I thought, you guys are doing that work for the board. You're actually listening to that input from the board and taking that, and I really do appreciate that. So appreciate all that you're going to do. I'd encourage you to take the time to review every topic. When one comes up, take the time, do your due diligence, understand what it is going into your meeting. Take the time to visit with the division, with your biologist, whoever, or the people that you represent, to find out their input so that you come prepared to the meetings. That actually is going to make it a whole lot easier. Come with an open mind. I found that when I was on the RAC that sometimes I showed up with a closed mind and I needed some help to open that up for me. You're going to be addressing issues that that affect people's lives. It affects their livelihood. And so keep that in mind as you're going through this, that this is a big deal, not only to our wildlife, but to our public. So understand how that's going to affect them, and so that you do your homework that way. I'd encourage you, I don't know if we're going to talk about motions or any kind of Robert's Rules of Order, but Robert's Rules of Order is what we follow. And so I would encourage you to research that a little bit and understand how motions are made, how motions can be amended, and the process that happens, because that's a lot of times we'll have a motion, and instead of, if you don't like that motion, there's a way to amend that motion and maybe come to some consensus that way on it. So I'd encourage you to look into Robert's Rules of Orders and understand that concept. And then last, you're going to have the opportunity to go out on some division projects. They might be collaring some animals. They might be going in some dens and capturing some cubs. I would encourage you to go out on those and get to know those in your region or wherever you go. I mean, I guarantee you, we have the very best division there is in the western states anyway. The ones I've been associated with, we have the best rapport with our division. Our division, everyone in our division, they want to do the right thing. There's no doubt in my mind. They want to do the right thing. And if you get out there and rub shoulders with them and take the time to do that, because it'll help you, it'll benefit you, it'll benefit your RAC and benefit the wildlife of the state of Utah. So again, appreciate all that you're going to do. It is time consuming, and thank you for doing it. Jay.
Thank you, Randy. A couple housekeeping items. There's a cooler in the back there with drinks. If anyone wants a drink, and then there's a big bag of M&Ms that it might be gone already, but we wanted to eat it yesterday and we saved it for you. So if there's not enough on your table, please get them. The bathrooms are straight across in the other building. Also, while you're here, we had a new wildlife mural painted in the other building, and I haven't even seen it yet, but I know it is there. So if you get a chance at lunch, walk over and check that. Last thing I'll say is Randy's spot on with get involved with things the division does. We welcome that. We welcome the public to be on projects with us, to help us, to see the on the ground work that's being done. And we need the help, honestly. So we'll put you to work would be my guess. Yeah, there's a lot of great things going on around the state, and it's usually all because we have support from the public or organizations that want to see something done, and they're willing to help. And it's a lot of work, and we move the ball forward. So we welcome you to be involved. And if any of you ever have any questions or need something, you can always reach out to me directly as well. Our employees, I think this is something we're always working on, is trying to help them find a good work-life balance. But this is also what we do. This is what we love to do. So we're happy to help wherever we can. So with that, I think we just are moving on with the agenda, Staci. So Kyle, I don't even know where Kyle is. I haven't seen Kyle. There's Kyle. He's looking sharp today. All right, thanks.
Morning. Welcome everyone, and welcome new members of the RAC and board. My name's Kyle Maynard. I'm here with my colleague Charles Lyons. We're both the Assistant Attorney Generals for the Division of Wildlife. So you'll see us at meetings, and we're available for questions as they come up for you, and feel free to reach out. Maybe thanks Staci for a statute heavy presentation first thing in the morning. But so what I'm going to cover is kind of a 30,000 foot view of why this RAC and board exists and why we do things the way we do them. Staci has an outline. I'll work with her that has Charles and my contact information that we'll send out to you after this as well. So you can always refer back to it throughout the years as you go through meetings. So first thing I'm going to cover is authority and maintaining credibility. And Jay and Randy kind of hit on some of this already. So the Wildlife Board is created in our new revised statute. It's 23A-2-301. Legislature statutorily creates the Wildlife Board with 7 members appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the Senate. It identifies areas of expertise for the Wildlife Board members. This is somewhat different from RAC members. As you probably know, RAC members have a specific area. A lot of them represent. Some are sportsmen's reps, some are non-consumptive. Wildlife Board members, the committee tends to just look for what qualifications and what areas of knowledge do they have more generally and across all different areas. The statute also goes into appointing a vice chair and a chair, the need for a sufficient number of meetings every year. So we have a minimum number, and that's posted online. There's a prohibition on compensation and benefits for members of the board. And it also discusses the disclosure of conflicts of interest and the completion of this orientation course. So they really put a lot of work into it and outlining kind of all the steps. One thing I think Randy kind of touched on and discussed, but was the Wildlife Board is establishing policy. And when establishing policy, things you should keep in mind and considering is a recognition that wildlife and its habitat are an essential part of a productive and healthy environment. That recognize the impacts of wildlife on humans and human economics, activities, private property rights, and local economies. Some of this stuff does affect people's livelihoods. You know, that was said earlier, and it's true. Seek to balance the habitat requirements of wildlife with the social and economic activities of man. And recognize the social and economic values of wildlife, including fishing, hunting, and other uses, and maintaining wildlife on a sustainable basis. So when you go through your decision-making process, the statute asks that you keep all of those things in mind in making policy. So moving on, when looking at policy considerations, the division with its employees, we put a lot of time into counts and habitat and health of populations. And so when they present a recommendation, they are determining the fact that we're looking at, you know, how is the population and what should you take into account when you make those policies. When considering those recommendations, you also consider the regional advisory councils. They recommend a position based on the region that they're in. And recommend an action to the Wildlife Board. And if the Wildlife Board chooses to do something contrary to one of the RACs, they should put together a written explanation for that council and why that they took a position like that. Upon a determination of the facts, the Wildlife Board will establish policy best designed to accomplish the purposes and fulfillment and the intent of the laws of pertaining to wildlife and preservation, protection, conservation, perpetuation, introduction, and management of wildlife. Kind of all of it, right? So one of the main goals we hope to shoot for is, remaining objective, set aside self-interest and personal bias to objectively evaluate all policy proposals in the interest of the state as a whole and per the factors provided in the statute. Be objective and fair for policy considerations, and treat all people addressing the Wildlife Board with courtesy and respect, regardless of the viewpoint. We have, as you know, a lot of issues that have come up, especially in the last few years, that have been, pretty well split and pretty contentious, and it's been an accomplishment and a good example of how it's been handled, and I think we've done a good job. There's a lot of public involvement. So kind of keeping these things in mind and how to be the public facing arm of of the Division of Wildlife Resources and hearing out the public. Try to avoid looking disinterested during presentations, avoid facial expressions that could be conveying some dissatisfaction to opposing viewpoints, avoid expressly or implicitly stating a final position on an issue prior to a hearing of comments, avoid cross-examining individuals, avoid qualifying position statements with declarations of loyalty to an interest group. Kind of summing up all of those is just remain professional and fair to all aspects of the board responsibility, thereby safeguarding the credibility of the policy process. At the end of the day, a lot of this comes down to the credibility of all of you as RAC and board members and following this public-facing process. And just be mindful that these meetings are recorded. Microphones are pretty sensitive and they pick up side conversations. Cameras are on you, they pick up facial expressions, and people are paying attention to that. So moving on to rules of order. So we do follow Robert's Rules of Order. Generally how it goes and what we should try to stick to is you call a meeting to order. An agenda is posted online. I'll cover that here in a few minutes, but you go through your first agenda item by allowing the designated party to present on the topic. How this works now, because we're somewhat virtual or hybrid model, and it's efficient, but we'll have someone like a Dax or Covy or Lindy make a presentation that's available online for you and the public. And at the board meeting or the RAC meeting, they tend to get up and they just ask if there's anything further to clarify from that presentation that they want to add. Matters not published in the agenda should ordinarily not be considered. And I'll come back to that here in a minute. And then we go on to questions from the board and the RAC members relevant to the presentation and that agenda item. We go to questions from the public. And that's distinct from comment. So you try to stick to questions first, and then after that, we'll move to comments and statements from the public in favor or against the presentation. And we'll move to board or RAC questions and comments, or comments and statements about positions. Although public comment is closed, the board or RAC is discussing their positions on the matter, on what's potentially the vote in the open and public meeting. So I'll jump to that when we talk about the Open and Public Meetings Act, but all of this takes place in an open forum. And so the deliberation process is public. An individual will accept a motion from a voting member of the RAC or board relevant to the recommendation in the agenda. The motion needs to be seconded by another voting member, and then the board will entertain discussion relevant to that motion, undertake the motion, and then move on to the next agenda item. You just repeat it. Going back real quick, when the board is discussing their position and statements, that's usually when the board will jump over to regional advisory council chairs who are at the board meeting and ask for a summary of how those meetings went and what was discussion and the vote at those meetings. I figured it'd just be helpful to add that. So that's where the RAC and board votes come into the board meeting. So moving on to the Open and Public Meetings Act. So that's 52-4101. This requires any public body to conduct business in an open and public manner. It's the intent of the legislature that the state, its agencies, and political subdivisions take their actions openly and conduct their deliberations openly. So a public body is also defined in statute. Public body includes any administrative, advisory, executive, or legislative body that created by the Constitution of Utah, statute, rule, ordinance, or resolution. It consists of 2 or more persons. expends, disperses, or is supported in whole or in part by tax revenue, and is invested with the authority to make decisions regarding public business. A specified body is one that includes any administrative, advisory, executive, or legislative body that is not a public body and consists of 3 or more members and includes at least one state legislator officially appointed to the body by the President of the Senate, Speaker, House, and Governor. That's not really applicable in this situation. Title 23 creates the Wildlife Board and the Regional Advisory Councils, so we fall under the definition of a public body. So the Open and Public Meeting Act governs meetings convened by a public body that satisfy all the following requirements. A quorum is present. The meeting is convened by an authorized person. The meeting is convened discussing, purpose of discussing, receiving comment from the public and acting upon a matter over which the board or RAC has jurisdiction or advisory power. This would include workshops, executive sessions, site visits, and traveling tours. Pressing the wrong button, there we go. So meetings conducted in person or by electronic means, including telephone, email, text message, electronic chat, Facebook, or video conferencing are all subject to the open meetings requirements. What's that saying is so there's 7 members on the Wildlife Board. If 4 of them are present, you have a quorum. So the Public Meetings Act starts to come into play. That's why when we tend to go around to role committees, we try to avoid having more than 2 or 3 board members of the RAC or the board present, because you have a risk of creating a quorum and therefore having to have a public meeting and having public comment. That also kind of dovetails into bona fide chance social gatherings. Those are usually not subject to the Open Public Meetings Act. But you still need to be careful. You know, if we're all at a banquet and you end up sitting at a table together, you should just make intentional efforts not to discuss something that's coming up at a board meeting or a RAC meeting, and try to just avoid discussing official business. All of that is just to avoid questioning the integrity of the process and anything that someone can point out as kind of going behind the public process, public eye. So requirements for the Open Public Meetings Act, and a lot of this is just for your information. Staci handles most of this herself and does a great job at it. So every meeting is required to have public notice. Requires 24 hours advance written notice with the public meeting, and it has to include an agenda, a date, a time, and a location of each meeting. The annual public notice must be provided giving date and time locations of regular meetings. So you can go on our website now and see the entire year schedule of meetings. Posting written notice at the principal office of the public as a specified body. So at your regional office where you usually have public meetings, at the regional divisional office, at the Salt Lake office. Public notice will be provided there, and providing notice in at least one widely distributed newspaper or some sort of media that's local to the area where the meeting's occurring. And then finally, we also post the meetings on the Utah Public Notice website. The agenda, it needs to be have reasonable specificity of the topics that will be considered at the meeting. Any public materials provided for the public body concerning those matters are also made public. So when we create a RAC packet, RAC and board packet presentations, all of that's available to the public. Topics not listed or not adequately specified in the agenda may not be considered, except topics not listed on the agenda but raised by the public can be discussed, but you shouldn't take final action on it. Really, the intent and purpose there is you want to make sure that the public who may have an interest in the topic brought up has a chance to also provide their input. And so if we don't follow the agenda, then someone who may have commented otherwise wouldn't have known. So all aspects of these meetings are held in the public, like I said previously, and that includes discussions, motions, deliberations. There's a very limited exception to that I'll get to at the end of this. As we go through the process, a written record is created. Written minutes and an audio and video recording are kept for all open and public meetings. And actually you can go on the Utah Public Notice website and go back and review all of that. The minutes must include a date, time, and place for each meeting, the name of members physically and virtually present, the substance of the matters proposed, a record of individual members and votes taken, and any other information that members of the public request be entered into the minutes or the recording. There's some timelines on pending written minutes. So pending written minutes are public records and must be available to the public within 30 days of the meeting. Approved written minutes are also a public record and must be posted on the Utah Public Notice website and otherwise available within 3 business days of approval. So this is the slide for, all the materials are made public so RAC packets, presentations, those are made public within 3 days of approval. Meetings must be recorded, and unedited recording must be posted on the link for public notice and otherwise made available to the public within 3 days. Starting to see a theme there. And recordings cannot be modified or corrected to remove ill-advised statements. So again, be mindful that there are microphones and they pick up whispers and conversations that can happen on the side. So open meetings may be independently recorded by any person attending the public meeting, as long as that person or the recording does not interfere with the actual meeting itself. The recording is not required to be kept at the open meeting on the site, provided no vote or action was taken by the public body. So, when you go on a site visit, if a majority of the board goes on one of these trips out to do counts, that sort of field trip would not need to have minutes posted. Electronic messaging. So the public or specified body member may transmit an electronic message to another member when not convened in an open meeting within a few caveats. So electronic messages concerning public body business are a public record. And therefore are subject to our Government Records Administration Management Act, so we call it GRAMA, even when transmitted on private devices. And the meeting is defined to include electronic communications when a quorum is present. So a quorum is simply a majority of the public body unless otherwise defined. The board has a quorum of 4 members or more when present. And Charles is going to cover this in a little bit when he goes over GRAMA briefly, but being careful of what you're discussing with other members through text or email or chat. If a member of the public requests that, then we are required to ask you if you have any of those records and make those public. Public body can be convened in whole or in part through electronic communication as authorized. This is kind of old news for all of you. We've been doing this since COVID. So we now officially can have a hybrid setup. We have an anchor location for each of the regions and the Wildlife Board. We have a link for people to participate online and they can submit comments. And then if you come in person, you can participate in public comment. Last and coming to closed meetings. So meetings otherwise subject to the Open Public Meetings Act may be closed to the public under very limited circumstances. Very few of those closed meeting exceptions will involve matters normally involved in the RAC and board process or anyone in natural resources for that matter. And so due to those extremely limited circumstances, authorizing the closure of a public meeting and the complex procedure around that and potential civil and criminal penalties associated with it We just ask that you consult with Charles or I before trying to close any public meeting. Moving on, so like I said earlier, we do deal with some contentious issues at time, and people get really passionate about wildlife and issues that come up. If a disruption ever does occur, a person can be removed from a meeting if that person is willfully disrupting the meeting to the extent that orderly conduct is compromised. Then violations, a public body or a specified body may be sued and compelled to comply with the Open and Public Meetings Act or void any decision made or action taken in violation of the act. And if successful, it would involve attorney's fees and costs, which makes the action that much more expensive. A member who knowingly or intentionally violates any closed meeting provisions could be guilty of a Class B misdemeanor. And really, the purpose of including that is just to kind of explain when it gets difficult to know where you're at and there's temptation to move more quickly without a clear answer on where you are with the Open and Public Meetings Act, there's a risk that that vote could just be invalidated. And you'd have to go back and do it again. So most of the time, it's just best to do it right the first time. And that's why Charles and I are here to help. And that's really my spiel, and I'm going to hand it off to Charles now to talk about conflicts of interest. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. So just real quick before I get into this, just want to introduce myself. I've met and spoken to many of you, but not all of you. My name is Charles Lyons. I've been with the Attorney General's office for about 3 years and represented Division of Wildlife Resources for a little over a year now. It's a great client to have because everybody just professional, really easy to get along with and work with, and really experts in their fields. And it's really great to learn from them and work with them. And you guys get an opportunity to do that as well. So this is a really great thing to be a part of. I'm going to cover conflicts of interest. And as I was watching Kyle talk, this is a lot of statutory driven stuff, a lot of words. You're not going to retain all of this information today. So I really encourage you to, Kyle mentioned a handout that I think Staci was going to circulate that kind of covers all the stuff, that outlines it. Review that. Any of the statutes that we discuss and cover here, review those. If you have questions, reach out to Staci. Kyle and I, our contact information is on there. Contact both of us. And we're happy to help and discuss any of this stuff because that's kind of what we're here for, to help you through this stuff. So conflicts of interest. It's Utah Code 67, Chapter 16. That's really the only one. You don't need to go search through that whole thing to review that. Go look at Chapter 16 and review anything that we talk about here. So Public Officers, Employees Ethics Act, conflicts of interest. Talks about two types of conflicts that are in there. Actual conflicts being the first one, and the second one being perceived conflicts. So if we have an actual conflict, the board members should declare their affiliations and abstain from voting on any proposal. What would an actual conflict be? You have economic interests in the matter at hand, that sort of thing. That's really what we're concerned about, or any kind of bias that's there that's really clear from your affiliations with other organizations and that sort of thing. And I will say, this is an area, wildlife, relatively niche in the scheme of things. And a lot of you people are here because you do have these types of affiliations with them, because you're knowledgeable and you're an expert in area. And so just be honest and candid about these things. If it's a conflict on a matter or you have a question about it, reach out, disclose it, talk about it. The worst thing you can do is just kind of get nervous, shut up about it, and then later on it creates a problem later for you that's harder to deal with than if you dealt with it out front at the beginning. It's kind of scary knowing all this stuff, but there are penalties associated with it. Knowing and intentional violations may result in criminal prosecution or dismissal from office. We really don't want to get to that point. So just like I said, just communicate, be open, be honest about this stuff. Not a big deal. So here's some just examples of an actual conflict. You're an officer, employee, director, administrator of some kind of an organization that has an interest in a matter at hand that you're voting on. Do you have a substantial ownership interest? 10% or more. Sometimes that's a question that comes up. I do have an interest. It's a minimal interest in something that might create a conflict. But the statute defines it as substantial ownership interest as 10% or more in the entity impacted financially or economically by a board decision. Do you have immediate family that may be financially or economically impacted in a way that's different from the general public? Are you unable to objectively evaluate and make an independent decision? All these words in italics, my guess is pulled right out of statute. So those are the buzzwords that we want to ping in on this discussion. So personal investments in an organization or business that would create a substantial conflict. I think when you think about this stuff, you think about it, what you have, just make note of it. Think about it right now. Maybe this is a conflict, maybe it's not, I don't know. Ask questions, communicate upfront so that we don't get to a point down the road where it might create a problem for you. Perceived conflicts. So the perceived conflict is one of those things I kind of look at it as like, how is this going to look, right? If we're talking about this and people are aware of something that I have, it doesn't necessarily create an actual conflict under statute, but would somebody listening to this be like, that doesn't make any sense, this guy shouldn't be voting on this kind of thing? It's perception, right? So just going through it, you may reasonably appear to be a conflict to the public. The board member should publicly declare prior to voting or taking action on a given issue that the affiliation at issue, the nature of the affiliation, and affirmatively state that it will not adversely affect or objectively or independence in making an informed decision. So what does that look like? So let's say there's an agenda item that you're going to discuss. You know it's there. Before you start discussing it, disclose that, talk about it, say, hey, I'm involved in this. I don't think that this really creates a conflict, but I want to make sure that everybody's aware of this, and I'm going to be voting on this. And sometimes there's certain matters where you might abstain from voting, but you can still be part of the discussion, right? You're here because you have a voice. It's important. People want to know what you have to say about a topic. You're passionate about it. Your voice is heard, but then you just don't vote on it. These are some options. And sometimes those are questions that you might have too that we can also help you with. Is this something that maybe I shouldn't vote on, but I can still talk about? We can help you walk through that kind of stuff. You can't just say, like on the bottom of this slide, public statement cannot legally justify voting participation. If you just disclose it and it is a conflict and then you vote on it, that can create a problem. You just want to abstain from that. Like I said, just reach out and ask questions if it's something that you might not understand right away, how that might be affected. Prohibited activities, unlawful under this act and this chapter for board member to disclose or improperly use private, controlled, protected information acquired in the course of official duties in order to substantially further personal economic interests or to secure privileges or exemptions for self or others. Unlawful to use or attempt to use your official position to substantially further personal economic interests or to secure privileges or exemptions for yourself or others, and accept employment that is reasonably likely to impair independent judgment or interfere with ethical responsibilities in the performance of official duties. Gifts and bribes. Everybody loves a good gift. Some people love a good bribe. Don't take them, right? We had discussions, sometimes that comes up, somebody wants to give you a permit and give an opportunity to go participate in a hunt or something like that. At this point in time, don't do it, right? That can be perceived as something that is going to sway your decision-making process later on when that person hey, remember that time I let you come hunt on my property? This is affecting me. Okay, I'm going to vote in favor of that. It's not a good look, right? So just don't do that. Be mindful of those things. So gifts, unlawful under 6716 for board members to knowingly accept or solicit for themselves or another a gift of substantial value or an economic benefit tantamount to a gift. Can improperly influence them to depart from the faithful, impartial discharge of their public duties. They reasonably believe it's for the purposes of rewarding them for official action taken. They've been recently or in the near future may be involved in any governmental action directly affecting the donor or lender. Basically what I said. Just be mindful of what you're doing. Be honest, be candid. What does this look like to somebody? There are exceptions. The gift restrictions don't apply to occasional non-monetary gifts, $50 or less, publicly presented awards for recognition of public service, or bona fide loans made in the ordinary course of business. And there's some serious penalties associated with this one, right? Any board member, if you knowingly or intentionally violate the gift restrictions, is guilty of a second-degree felony. The value is over $1,000. Third-degree felony, if it's in that range of $250 to $1,000, and Class B misdemeanor if the value of compensation is 100 or less. None of us want to go there. Just avoid this at all costs. Requiring donations. Unlawful to demand or offer a donation of personal property, money, or services to any agency as a condition of granting a permit, approval, or other authorization. That sounds like a blatant abuse of power to me. I don't know about you. I don't know if you feel like you have that kind of power. Maybe other people might perceive that you do. This law does not apply to donation if it's expressly required by statute or rule, mutually agreed to between the applicant and the agency, voluntarily made by the applicant, or made without condition. I don't know if you can ever require a donation. That doesn't sound like a donation in my mind. So receiving compensation. A board member may not receive or agree to receive compensation for assisting any person or business entity in any transaction involving a matter over which the board holds advisory authority. Exception to this, if the member files a sworn written statement with the division, the Attorney General's office, describing those services to be rendered and the compensation to be received. So again, these are types of things that come up. You're not going to retain all this information now. They come up, you have questions, ask early, ask often. That way you can avoid all this stuff later down the road. Disclosing substantial business interests or participation in transactions. Board members, if you're an officer, and RAC members, directors, agents, employees, or owners of substantial interest in a business subject to regulation by DWR must disclose that affiliation in a sworn statement. I'm sure that's something that some of you probably have done or may need to do. Board members may not participate in an official capacity or receive compensation regarding any transaction between the state or any of its agencies and any business entity as to the member is also an officer, director, employer, owns substantial interest unless disclosure has been made. Bribes. Again, a board member is guilty of bribery under the criminal code if they directly or indirectly solicit or accept any benefit with the understanding or agreement that the purpose is to influence his or her decision, opinion, recommendation, judgment, vote, or exercise of discretion. Similar penalties, gifts and bribes, just be aware, this is no joke, serious stuff. You can get serious consequences for it. Kyle mentioned Government Records Access Management Act. If you guys are not familiar with that, everybody says grandma. 63G, I think we've got a couple slides on here. Records subject to disclosure under GRAMMAR. GRAMMAR pertains to governmental entities. So what is a governmental entity? The RAC and the board, they are. It just is. What is a record? You can go through that definition of what a record is. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to read all of this for you. I would say the most important thing, I don't know if this is on the next slide, and I'm pretty sure it is, word to the wise, you can read that. Kyle mentioned it earlier, text messaging, if there's an agenda item, there's a topic, emails, chat, anything like that, somebody puts in a GRAMMAR request, that includes personal devices and all that. So just be wary of that. Some things you want to discuss doesn't mean don't talk about anything ever, but just if you don't want to have that published anywhere in the newspaper, or you don't want people talking about it on social media and they just post it on there, something that you wrote, you don't want to go there. So just be wary of that kind of thing. You don't want to ice conversations about things, and make sure that you guys are able to feel comfortable and free in discussing what you do. But written records, discoverable, somebody gets upset, they're like, hey, this is messed up. I think these people were sharing text messages during this thing, and I want to see what they were saying before it. Sometimes that kind of thing happens, and we don't want to go there. Just be wary of what you write in communication to one another. And real quickly, this is kind of law school 101. This is just a hierarchy of our state laws, right? The Constitution, state constitution, supreme law of the land. Statutes exist to kind of further the Constitution enacted by legislators. That's what our Utah Code, now 23A, that's what our guiding statute is. Constitution trumps the statutes. Then below that, you've got our administrative rules. Administrative rules are essentially, we go through the public process to create these. And I got to say, this was talked about earlier. I think DWR has probably the best public process that I've seen throughout the state. There's so much public input, so many opportunities at every level for people to get involved and to have their voice heard and seriously considered. And I know personally from dealing with this and listening to everybody of the division working through it, I mean, they take all of those comments and all this information, everything to heart, and they look at it and they want this to be the public's wildlife division, right? So these administrative rules are basically enacted through the statute. We can't pass rules that the statute doesn't say we can't do, but I look at those rules as just more detailed, more specific, and clarifying what the division does when the statute might be a little bit more broad. Now, those administrative rules can't necessarily conflict with what's in statute. And so if you get to a point where the division has a rule that says we do X when the statute says we can't do X, we do Y, well, that part of the rule is not going to be valid and the statute is what's going to hold. And then we go back later and say, okay, we got to switch this because we didn't write that correctly or something, right? So then below administrative rules, we got proclamations and policy. This is stuff that the board does, right? The division does policy, but then the board issues proclamations and that sort of thing. And so that is going to be kind of in furtherance of a rule, again, more specific circumstances, more detailed when needed, and the board can pass a proclamation. But again, just recognizing that it's going to be below the authority of an administrative rule, below the authority of statute, and then ultimately Constitution. And again, law school 101 kind of stuff. It's kind of fun. Civics, you guys are all involved in it now, big time. So I hope you have a good time doing it. And thanks for participating and doing all this stuff. Again, if you have questions, there's going to be that outline that goes around, Kyle and my contact information. Shoot an email to both of us. Sometimes either I or either Kyle gets all the traffic when there's a question, but maybe one of us is busier than the other and one of us has time to be able to respond to you quickly. So we like doing that. Feel free to reach out with questions you have, and sometimes just go through Staci and she can forward it to us as well. She's really great at that. So looking forward to seeing what y'all do with your time here. Something else you want to say?
I had a really good quick question that maybe I can head off some questions that you have, talking about perceived conflicts and actual conflicts. So something I touched on earlier, there's a difference between the board and their background and why they were chosen, and RAC members and why they were chosen. So the statute does require that RAC members, you have one non-consumptive, one agriculture, one wildlife, someone who's involved in wildlife, like I don't know, Mule Deer Foundation or something. So you have affiliations, and that kind of brings up questions about conflicts of interest. So the first thing is, acknowledging like conflicts of interest are really complicated. I think last 2 years, I've done this presentation over a dozen times. So as I say, like it's a confusing topic. So again, please reach out when you have questions. The other thing is, so because you're statutorily required to have some sort of affiliation, and that's why you were chosen for the RAC, that perceived conflict is less of a concern, right? You're statutorily put in that situation. Where you'd want to reach out to us and talk to us is when that starts to involve finances. And yeah, so just, give us a shout and we can work through it and figure out a path forward. But, it is something that comes up often is, wait a minute, I was chosen because I'm part of an ag program. How is that not a conflict? And you were put in that situation by statute, and it's an exception to conflicts of interest. So, hopefully that helps. And again, as that comes up, please reach out. So thank you.
Man, I knew attorneys were dry, but that might have been mouthful of saltine cracker dry. So once again, there are drinks back in the cooler. if anybody needs one. And that is why we have the attorneys go first. Is this not the right one? I don't know. Am I there? Then why is it not working?
Let me see.
All right, in a minute, you're going to see some magic on the screen. But until then, let me introduce myself. I am Staci Coons. I oversee the public process. So unfortunately, this is my circus and these are my monkeys. So this is my life, is coordinating the public process for you. I'm going to take just a few minutes to walk you through parts of the website that are most applicable to you. I know that you all, or should all, receive the RAC recommendations through email by me. You should have gotten one yesterday with the August, September RACs coming up. If you didn't get one, you need to come talk to me because that means we have a missed shoot on our emails somewhere. But when we can get this working, I'm going to show you how to find all of those recommendations on our website and not have to rely on going back and trying to find an email I sent you 3 or 4 weeks before your meeting was coming about. A little bit to the structure that we use here. There are certain times during the year that certain recommendations come out. We do that intentional. We like to create habits of when people can look for certain recommendations. So you will see big game recommendations come out in November, and then you'll see them again come out in April. We stick to those 2 months. Bear and cougar, they used to come out in December, then they went to July, then everybody got their hands into it. So that one might be a surprise as to when you see those species come back out. But fishing is always a September type thing. We like to send recommendations out when the people who are most impacted are not out in the field. So we don't send hunting recommendations out in August and September when most of you are gearing up for your hunts. So that's part of the reason we set our schedule that way. The other reason is it's got to be able to roll into when application periods come about, when we have draws opening, when the wildlife board needs to approve permit numbers or season dates, all of that needs to be in place for the application. And so we kind of backdate from there. So when you call and ask if you can just quickly switch something around and I tell you no, it's not because I'm being unreasonable. It's just because there are so many things that are connected to that, that changing the one spot has a ripple effect through everything else. So just kind of keep that in mind. We're going to take a second and look at our division website. If you have not taken some time and just clicked around in the website, you are missing out because there is a treasure trove of information that they keep on here, and our outreach section does a fabulous job of maintaining the website. But the part I want you guys to focus on today falls under the contact button and public meetings. So here is your page. This is the information that's going to be most relevant to you. You can see we've got the 2023 Wildlife Board and RAC schedule up. For those of you wanting to get your planner set for next year, the 2024 dates will be presented at the September board meeting. So that's when you'll be able to key those in for you. I'm going to jump down here to the Wildlife Board members page. If you're wondering why all of a sudden you started getting emails, it's because of these pages here. This is where all of your information pops up at. The public's welcome to reach out and send you their comments and their concerns. We have the same thing for the advisory members. So you are all listed here. If you get a chance, I would love for you to double check your information. If you've decided after hearing all that the attorneys had to say about grandma requests and all of that, that you want to establish a specific email for this page, maybe so that all the public comments go to the same place and you're not sorting them through your emails from Aunt Edna, send me your new email and we'll get it updated and loaded so that the public has one to contact you with. This is also the email that is used when we send the RAC recommendations out and people go online, and we'll look at the sheet in just a minute, but when they watch the videos and they can provide public information, you will also get that through this email. So over the next couple of weeks, you may see an influx of your emails there as people start submitting their public comment. So this meeting agendas page, this is the one that you want to get to know and understand. So going through it quickly, the September, you can see this is the RAC meeting that we're about to start. So all of the links you see on the far side under recording, that's a quick link to the YouTube feed. So they go up live now. If you were to click on it right now, it would have a countdown to when the meeting started. Once the meetings are over, if you go back and click on it, you can go back and rewatch that meeting. So pay attention to how you look in the RAC meetings because it lives here on our website forever. Your grandchildren will come back and laugh at the way you styled your hair back then, but this is what we do. You can see going further down into August. So that wildlife board meeting right there for August 17th, that's the meeting for tomorrow. So if you were to click on the PDF under materials, that's the board packet. It's got the board minutes in it from the meeting prior. It's got the action log. It's got any information pertaining to items that will be voted on tomorrow. And all of that is available for the public to view there. Right here, you see this proposal, share your feedback. It kind of hides when you pull this screen up, but when you open it, this should very much look like the link I sent you guys yesterday, if you were to open that email and link into it. You can see here where we've listed all the deadlines for public comment to be submitted, so there's no confusion there. You do have to select your region when you start at the beginning. Once you select that, you scroll on down, you watch the videos. Just as a reminder to all of you new members, you will need to come in and watch the videos here. We do not show them at the RAC meetings. We stopped doing that quite some time ago. And it's actually been beneficial. You watch it ahead of time. Any information that's connected to it is listed right underneath it. So you can see the memorandum, you can see the red line rules if there's any attached to it. By not doing these presentations in the RAC meetings, it's allowed us to eliminate about an hour and a half of division time in your RAC meetings, which takes you right to your discussions and the things that you want to talk about. We've also seen an increased level of participation and understanding of the recommendations when people are asked to listen and watch them ahead of time. So it's giving you guys time to process what the recommendation is, kind of think it through rather than here's this presentation and now let's have a 5-minute discussion on it. So take advantage of this and go in and watch them early. So as you scroll down, you can see some agenda items definitely have more rules or red lines attached to them. I apologize, rule red line is not the easiest thing in the world to sort through, but it's the legal way the rule will look. So if you are a rule geek, knock yourself out. They're all right there. So as you come down, you can see that we keep all of the RACs. So you can go back through, if you click on past RAC board meetings here at the bottom, it will take you back to 2007, which is about where we started putting these on at a consistent rate. Side note, that's also the time I overtook the wildlife board. So there you go. You can have history back to 2007. So this is your section. Now let's talk just a little bit about your role as a RAC member and the group that you represent. How much time do I have? I don't want to interrupt the next agenda. We have. Okay, so open question to all of you new RAC members. Once you receive this email from me that tells you here's the RAC recommendations, here's the presentations, what is your next step in soliciting information from the groups that you represent? What should you do? What are you going to do? Because as a RAC member representing a group, it's not just your opinion that gets brought to the meeting. It's not just your agenda that gets to play into the motions that are there. You are there to represent the constituency that you were placed on the RAC for. So how do you go about and gather that information? You all have mics on your table. If you push it and it goes green, it means you're ready to go. That also means I am waiting for an answer. Yes, you in the back.
I'll help Staci. So Kellen and I are over the ag folks in the central region. So we just reach out to Farm Bureau, cattlemen, and other ag users and just say, what are your thoughts?
Perfect. And do their thoughts implement with your thoughts?
Not always.
Not always, but you got to take them to the meeting, right? Because that's the group you represent. What are some other ways you can reach out to the people that you represent? Do you have a list of contacts? Do you have a list of groups that would have that same, if you're non-consumptive, do you know how to contact the non-consumptive groups in your region? And if not, that's going to be your first bit of homework, is figuring out how you can get the opinions of the group that you represent. Once again, you represent a constituency, not your own agenda. And I know that gets difficult because we do this because we're passionate about it, and we do it because we love to see the changes in it. But you have to keep the bigger picture in mind, and that goes to the board members as well. You represent the entire region. And then on top of that, you represent the state. So while I fully expect your opinions and your votes to be region centric, you also have to take in the larger picture of what's happening here. And so those are just some things to keep in mind there. That's basically your agenda. That's basically how we line out what you're going to look out for the next year. If you have questions or you have comments about the recommendations, you are more than welcome to reach out to the coordinator in the video. If you don't know exactly how to contact them, shoot me an email and I'll get you in contact with them. If there's questions that you have about the recommendations, we would love to discuss them prior to the meeting if we needed to, so that there's an understanding of what it means. Nothing's worse than wasting time at a meeting because somebody has misunderstood the recommendation, and then we have to circle back around and get back onto the same playing field again. So I think I can speak on behalf of all the coordinators. They would welcome those kinds of conversations. They would welcome that kind of discussion prior to the meeting, and then of course at the meetings as well. So those of you that are seasoned, are there things at the RAC meetings that could be improved upon? I know all you new guys are like, I've never been, it's perfect. And it is perfect. But if you've been before, are there things the division could do better? I'm not going to put you on the spot for that. But if you come up with things, I'm the person to send them to. So send them and let us know, because if we're not aware that there's a problem, or we're not aware that maybe something could be tweaked a little bit and it would make it easier on your end, we're happy to accommodate that. And as I believe it was Jay that said earlier, you guys are going to get a lot of invitations to join division personnel to be able to go out and experience some of the field work. I would highly encourage you to do that. Get to know the biologists in your region, get to know what they're doing, spend some time with them. The more education we can give to our RAC and our board members, the better we're off in the long run. I mean, we're all here trying to accomplish the same thing. We're all passionate about the same things. And while we may not all agree on the same things, and we may not think that the solution is the best one, we would like everybody to have a voice at the table. And that is what this process does. It gives everybody a voice at the table. So not to put extra pressure on you RAC members, but you are the voice of the constituency that you represent. So come to the meetings prepared. Come to the meetings prepared to talk, to participate in the discussions, to make a motion if needed. Filling a seat with someone who doesn't participate is easy. I want to fill the seats with people who want to be there and want to make a difference. And clearly you are those people, because you are not in it for the money. Nobody is going to get rich off serving off a RAC or serving off the wildlife board. You might get a free bag of M&Ms and a nice lunch every now and then, but you are not even going to fill your gas tank with what you get paid to do this. So I appreciate your willingness to come and do it, and your willingness to be a part of the process. It's super easy to sit on the outside and criticize it. It's harder to become part of it and try to help make a difference. So thank you for being here, and thank you for taking on that role. And if there are no questions for me, that is the end of my presentation. And because lunch is going to be here at noon and not 11:30, we're going to quickly roll into our plan B. And Kenny Johnson is going to dazzle us with the business model for the next 20 minutes, and then we will take a lunch after that. Thank you.
So while Mike's helping get my PowerPoint online, I'll introduce myself. I'm Kenny Johnson. I'm the Admin Services Chief in Salt Lake. I've been with the division about almost 21 years. The first 10 as a business analyst, kind of helping in the licensing world, and my first tasks were to kind of, in the early 2000s, get us from handwritten licenses to electronic, and we kind of started there and have moved on since. So I oversee about 5 programs in Salt Lake, and most of them have to do with computers and licensing and facilities and those budgets and those kinds of things. So we will just jump right into this. Dazzle is a strong word, Staci. But my PowerPoint does have a couple of pictures, so I have that going for me. I'll see if I can figure out the way to advance this. So let's just talk high level kind of overview of the operating structure of the division. So you'll hear us get confused a lot with the Department of Wildlife Resources, and I mean it happens all the time. So the big umbrella is the Department of Natural Resources, and then we fold under that as the Division of Wildlife Resources. We have 5 regional offices, 6 operating sections, and I won't read all those. We'll touch on those in a deeper slide, but those are the 6 main areas of focus. And then approximately 520 employees, and that fluctuates a little bit kind of seasonally. We hire a lot of seasonals to help in the summer, and our FTE count overall, our full-time equivalent count, stays really flat. We don't hire a lot of extra people. And then I think it's worth noting that last bullet, we're primarily self-funded. So I think there's probably some stereotypes in government that we all just sit around waiting for tax money to pay for everything we do. And the division, I think, is unique in that regard. We cover our costs through the things that get people excited about hunting and fishing. And that's the sale of hunting and fishing licenses and the excise tax on hunting and fishing gear that comes back to us from the federal side of things. One of the things I like to remind people is the economic benefits of hunting and fishing and viewing wildlife are huge in Utah. I think it gets maybe marginalized a little bit. It's more looked at as fun or recreation, but it overall is a big boon to Utah's economy. So if you look at hunting and angling there, those first 2 bullets, they both bring in about $1 billion to Utah's economy overall. And between the 2 of those, almost 20,000 related jobs. And I think it's worth noting that there's a pretty big tax benefit to the state. It brings in almost $185 million a year in taxes, the 3 of those activities. So I think that's important to just kind of put us in context out there, that it is a big boon to Utah's overall economy. This is just a really quick snapshot of our funding sources. So this is kind of a breakdown of our revenue. The big 2 pieces of the pie there, the green one and the red one. The wildlife restricted funding is hunting and fishing licenses. The red one is more the excise tax, the federal funds that come in as the big machinery, the process we go through every year to certify the number of hunters and anglers in Utah, and then the federal government sends us money in return. So those are the 2 big ones there. We get a little tiny bit of general fund, and you can see on here those are broken out on the side. This one shows the purchase of the Cinnamon Creek property, which was awesome. That'll go a long way for future access and opportunity. And a little bit of general fund that are really earmarked for really specific things. And so we do get some general funds, and they typically go toward things that are legislated for us to help with, like aquatic invasive species and some general law enforcement, some access payments to SITLA, those kinds of things. And then a little tiny bit of a few other sources there. And then typically, so with all of that said, the 2 main categories of expenditures are for people, and then for the things those people need to do their jobs. And so those 2 things are kind of what we spend the majority of our money on. And that, I think, as everybody knows, has been kind of crazy in just the open market lately. And Division of Wildlife definitely feels some of those same strains and constraints as well. So again, this is the kind of overview of the various sections. We have the wildlife section, the aquatic section, the habitat section, the outreach section, law enforcement, and then the administrative section. And those are kind of how we're organized structurally. And then each one of those has a small piece of each region, and then each region kind of oversees their geographical area. And really the goal overall is to just maximize the impact of our dollars on the ground. And I think that's what our annual process tries to do. It really tries to make sure we're doing the right things at the right places with the right kind of money, and that's kind of our focus. This is just a little more visual image of that, so you can kind of see that similar to the revenue chart, personnel services and current expense take up the vast majority of kind of what we do in expenditures. Other pass-through are kind of our cooperative agreements, the things we do with other agencies on the ground and projects that are out there. A little bit of capital outlay to keep our lights on, buildings maintained, some DP, some overhead for IT resources, and then a little bit of travel, both in-state and out of state. Let's look at license sales trends really quick. This is just overarching, kind of some interesting data here. I don't know if you can read that font size was a little bit small, but I was trying to get the core of it, which are the 3 or 4 different lines here. So if you look at that, season fishing is that top red line. So it's been relatively flat, a little bit of bumps here and there, dips here and there. And then we see in 2020, the COVID bump really shows up kind of dramatically in fishing. So we know there's a ton of people out there that maybe aren't buying fishing licenses every year, but then all of a sudden got excited when they had a little extra free time during COVID. And we saw that bump really increase in season angling and then in short term too. So a lot of families decided to hit the lakes and streams and do some fishing. A little bit of bump in combo, which is good, and hunting kind of just stayed relatively flat through that. But we've been really fortunate in our state to have our trends kind of be positive. I think a lot of my counterparts around the country and in the West are seeing a lot more challenges with participation and declining numbers. And we've been really fortunate to not see that. I think we are maybe starting to see some of it cool off a little bit, but we'll just keep an eye on it and keep watching it. This is kind of similar. So this is, that last graph was kind of license sales. And then this is the data, this is the certification data that we send to the feds and tell them specifically unique hunters and anglers. So the last one, you could have bought multiple fishing licenses on that last graph. This one is just people. It's the number of certified hunters and anglers that we have in our state. And it was interesting to see the COVID bump jump up there because a lot of those were unique individuals. So the trends are overall pretty positive, and that thing goes back to 58. So there was some crazy stuff happening in looks like the 70s and some fun years there that we all missed. But yeah, things are generally trending really positive. Let's talk about federal aid really quick. I think most of us are familiar with some of these terms. So Pittman Robertson and Dingle Johnson, or PR and DJ as a label for some funding. DJ is the fishing related tax money, or federal excise tax money, and PR is the hunting related. So we hope that this circle continues to prove its worth. It's worked really well for most states for a long time. The hunters and shooters and anglers, the people that get excited about what we're doing, we hope that they will continue to buy the equipment and fuel to do that. The manufacturers are are incentivized to pay that excise tax and duties on those sales. And then that money gets deposited into a wildlife restoration and the PR or the DJ, the boating fund trust fund, in the big national coffers. And then based on that number we saw on the screen before, they send Utah our apportionment based on the number of people and then the size of our state. So they do some crazy math to figure out how big our state is and how much of an impact, how excited anglers and hunters are in our state. And that's been a really proven and successful model for helping us fund the stuff we need to do. Fees comes up once in a while, and I think most of us here understand the process. So when we monitor kind of trends in revenue and needs on the ground and decide we need to change fees either up or down, we start obviously with the RAC and board process. So you guys get to see that and vet that first. Once it's approved through that process, we take it to the governor's office and the legislature. And so timeline wise, that first piece usually happens in the June, July timeframe. And then we kind of table it through interim and then bring it up at the session, not until January. And so it's kind of a long process to just get it in front of the right people to get it approved. And then once it goes through the governor's office and legislature, our natural resources appropriation subcommittee kind of makes the final decision on what the fees will look like. And then once they're approved there, they get included in the annual appropriations bill, and it becomes effective typically the July 1st, the fiscal year after, is how that typically works. So just a couple of thoughts about license sales. So we do process about 1 million transactions through our systems every year. All of it is electronic now. We don't really do anything that I can think of on a piece of paper anymore. And so that's kind of moved us into a lot more flexible world with how we can sell them and where it can happen and how easy it is to report them and those kinds of things. We have about 300 license agents around the state. They are a huge benefit to what we're trying to do. I don't know who stood in line to get an elk tag in July. We sold about half of them online and about half of them are license agents. And so that's foot traffic that we don't have to kind of entertain and work with up front. So they do us a nice service to kind of help with that workload. They get a little bit of money for that. They get about 5%. And we think that's a fair trade for them entertaining those troops all the time. I haven't taken a call since I was a business analyst 10 years ago. There's almost not a month goes by where somebody still doesn't call me at midnight from a Walmart trying to get a fishing license and are confused about some of the data. And so it's interesting that even 10 years removed from that, the machinery of all of this just marches on. It's going 24/7. If we have a system outage on a Saturday at 8 in the morning, my phone blows up, and it's easy to just kind of forget that that's just always marching ahead and working as it should out there. And there's a lot of good people in the division around the state that help us do that. And Lindy will talk a little bit more about drawings and some of the details here in a little while. But yeah, that's generally the overview for that. Let me take a quick straw poll of the room. Who has the mobile app on one of their phones? Does almost everybody have it? Okay, so this was kind of it was a long time coming. We didn't want to rush to put this out there when we did almost 10, 12 years ago, however long ago it's been now, until it made sense to not have it compete for space on your phone. We wanted it to be an e-wallet. We wanted you to have access to all the stuff that you do with the division for. And so each year we try to enhance it and update it a little bit. This year there are some exciting enhancements to it. You can now, all of the education features, so like shed antler gathering, those kinds of things, you can download those to the mobile app now. So it's not just licenses. And then you can, of course, still do all the things where you can download the whole family and dad can show all of the licenses for whoever he needs to at a fishing event or whatever. And so that's kind of exciting. We've enhanced it to allow mobile electronic tagging. And we're fighting through some of the early details there to make that a little bit more widespread and some more species. We tried it kind of in retro with some turkey, and I think we got some pretty good input and some data this year for turkey. And then we'll work towards just making that become just a standard way to tag an animal is through the mobile app. So lots of good things there. I think this 600,000 was a couple years ago. I bet we're past that now. We have a lot of people with this in their pocket, and we think it's a good communication tool to keep everybody on the same page. And then let's look at conservation and expo permits really quick. I forgot how much time Staci was trying to cut me down to. I don't want to get running too long here. The conservation permit program. So this one, a small portion of our permits are awarded to our conservation partners, and they bring in critical manpower and funding for projects on the ground. I think it's important to not forget the manpower piece. So they help us do a lot of good things for wildlife. And I think the program right now is in a really good spot. And so let's look maybe backwards at last year's totals. So 318 permits, which was less than 2% of all of them. They are marketed and auctioned off to maximize the return for wildlife. That's the intent of those permits, to maximize the return on the ground for wildlife. And last year they generated $7.7 million, which was an average of 24,000 each. And if you compare that to our once in a lifetime and limited entry permits in the draw, this number might be a little bit old too, but it's approximate. So about $2 million for those permits, or 307 a piece. So if you kind of average resident, non-resident, that kind of shows you the difference there, I think. So very, very beneficial. Okay, so this is the way the revenue is split up. So the revenue is utilized for division approved projects. The division has their say on all of these. 30% of the revenue comes back directly to the division. 60% is retained by the groups and still have to get division approval for all of the projects. So they keep that 60%. And then they keep 10% for administrative overhead. So there is a fair amount of work that they do to manage these accounts and the various funds and report to us and work with our review and audit staffs. And that's kind of the 10% there. Expo permits are a little bit different. So they are issued and drawn at an annual conservation to be held in Salt Lake City. The current contract is with Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife and their partners, Mule Deer Foundation and the Wild Sheep Foundation. And the contract runs through 2026. So these are 200 permits that are issued each year. Permit sales, obviously the permit itself, the revenue, the proceeds from that go directly to the division. And then the permit numbers do come out of the draw quotas typically. So the way the revenue works on the application side, the partner organization that does the drawing each year retains that full 5% application fee. And then it's broken down by the $3.50 where the contractor approves the programs and for contractor approved policies, programs and projects. And they have to support conservation initiatives on the ground in Utah. That's the big caveat there. So it goes directly onto the ground for good things for wildlife in Utah. The $1.50 is mandated for division approved projects. So that is how that revenue gets divvied up, and the division stamps approval on all of the projects for the $1.50. And the expo itself has kind of become a large focusing event on wildlife in Utah. It's a really well attended, it's a really good focusing event on the good things that I think all of us are trying to do for wildlife in Utah. And so just quickly in summary, I think I think just remembering that all of those things combined for the benefit of Utah is a $3 billion industry. And we are primarily self-funded with hunter and angler dollars. Very little tax dollars. So, and then I think what separates the division apart from maybe some other agencies out there is we are trying to run like a business. So making short-term decisions, planning long-term, trying to make sure we can cover our costs with all the things that we do on the ground. And then we're always trying to recruit, retain new hunters, fishers, watchers of wildlife to kind of just ensure the future of this. So everyone that we can get kind of motivated to help with the cause is great. And then I think lastly there, we do try to maximize every dollar we spend to make sure we're getting the most benefit out of each dollar that we spend on the ground. And for any questions you guys might have today or in the future, feel free to jot down any of that information. I'm pretty easy to find in the Salt Lake office almost every day. So, and that is all I have. I think I might have made it under Staci's 20 minutes.
Staci, is lunch here? Okay. What time do we want to start back up? 1 o'clock. So take a break. Lunch will be, they're setting it up over here in the classroom. So you can get your food over there and then bring it back to your table here. Thanks.
Okay, so to introduce myself, my name is Lindy Varney. I am the licensing coordinator. So if you have any questions regarding licenses, permits, anything like that, I am your go-to person. So we're going to start off. I have a presentation for you about information on our draw application, draw data, and then some other information regarding licensing. It's not working. Let's hit this button. Okay, so first of all, we're going to start with the draw application process. The draw is fulfilled by a private contractor, so it's not done by the state of Utah. It's actually done by system consultants. They are located in Fallon, Nevada. So you hear a lot of people call them Fallon, and that's just because that's the city they live in, but their actual name is System Consultants. They were awarded this contract by a competitive process, which is called an RFP, and it's based on the cost and their technical experience. They are paid a contract amount each year to run the draw, to handle data, to sell licenses, and to staff our phone lines through them. We charge $10 an application fee for our residents, and now it is $16 for our non-resident applications. That just changed on July 1st. And I want to point out that the contractor does not keep that full amount of each application. They keep a portion. Each year it does change a little bit by a couple pennies depending on how much the contracts each year costs each year, but it's around $2.50 per application that the contractor gets to keep. That's what pays their bill. And then the rest of it comes back to the division and we use that money for other projects. The division acts as a contract monitor. We monitor the contract, we assist with the successful completions of each draw, and we help with customer service. We oversee 7 different draws throughout the whole year, and we process over 700,000 applications between all of the species. And that roughly equals to around 300 unique individuals. This year alone, in 2023, in the big game application, we had more than 560,000 applications. And that includes general season to limited entry to once in a lifetime. So in the state of Utah, we do have 2 different point systems. I hope you guys are all aware of that. We have the bonus point system and the preference point system. So let's first talk about our bonus point system. The way that we define it is the bonus points work the best when there are not a sufficient number of permits for all applicants to draw out every few years. And along with that is the bonus point system. Most of these species have some type of waiting period attached to it. So these are the species that we categorize under the bonus point. So you got your limited entry buck deer, your bull elk, pronghorn, the spring turkey, limited entry season, antlerless moose, the bighorn sheep, black bear, and the black bear restricted pursuit permit. And then of course we have our once in a lifetime species, and that's the moose, our bighorn, so desert and rocky, our mountain goat, and our bison. Then we have our preference point system. And the way we define that one is preference points work best when there are a sufficient number of permits to allow applicants to be successful every few years. And there's no waiting periods attached to general season permits. So the species that we do with preference points is our general season buck deer, our antlerless deer, doe pronghorn, cow elk, swan, sharp-tailed grouse, greater sage grouse, and the sandhill crane. And all these species are in a draw. And then if we do have these permits to buy other counts because they're left over from the draw. The one thing I do want to go over with you guys is how our general season deer draw works. It's kind of a draw within itself. It's a little bit different. We have a certain order that we run this draw. So when we get applications for general season deer, you can either be a lifetime license holder, apply for a dedicated hunter, or apply just for a regular deer permit. But these all come out of the same quota that's approved by the Wildlife Board. So when we do this draw, the first thing that comes off the top of the approved permit numbers is our lifetime license holders. And what I hope everyone knows what a lifetime license holder is, it means that they get to pick their unit for a general season deer hunt, and they get that every year. It's something that we stopped many years ago, but there are roughly about 4,500 of them left in the state of Utah. So after the lifetime license permit holders are taken off the top, we then do our dedicated hunter draw. We first evaluate our youth, because 20% of those permits go to the youth. Once we evaluated the youth dedicated hunter applications, we will then evaluate everyone else's dedicated hunter application. After dedicated hunter, then we will evaluate all the youth that apply for just a general season permit. And 20% of the quota goes to them. So after we evaluate all the youth, we then evaluate everyone else's application. Even the youth that did not draw in the youth round, they go back into the regular round. So youth actually go through the draw twice. So if they said they didn't draw, we actually did evaluate their application twice. So they just have really bad luck, or they apply for a unit that's really hard. So when people talk to you about the general season deer, it is a little complicated. So that's the steps of that one. Now I want to go into our big game application data and permit data. As we all know, we all get the unsuccessful application every year. There's a few of us that do get successful, and that's because of this. As you can see over the years, so those colors look really close to each other, sorry. So the bottom line represents how many permits that we offer for big game species. Now it includes general season, limited entry, and once in a lifetime. The red line, the big one, is our big game applications. So as you can see, that line of application is going up and up, and the permits is staying pretty straight. It doesn't really go up. So that is the reason why you're seeing a lot more unsuccessful applicants, a lot of people not drawing, is because this year we had over 160,000 apps, but we only offered around 80,000 permits. So it's really hard to give everyone a permit when we have that kind of applications. General season deer. So this kind of shows you the exact same thing. The top line represents our general season deer applications. These are the ones that actually put in for a hunt. The blue line represents how many permits we've offered. And the orange line on the bottom is how many people are actually just buying points for the year. And as you can see, the one that's buying points is going up. Our applications went down a little bit over the last couple of years, but our purchase points, they're just kind of switching their application to a point-only app versus a unit app. But our permit number is definitely going down. It's decreasing, and that's due to many factors. But so that, again, it's hard to draw a permit when our permit numbers are going down and our apps are staying still pretty high. This one's really just wanted to show tons of different colors, but this one just indicates all of our other applications that we do out throughout the year. Some represent 2023 just because we've done that application. But as you can see, that most of our apps continually to grow each year. They're starting to level off. We're starting to finally see that plateau of applications, which is good and bad, but each year our apps are slowly going and growing, and our permit numbers don't change much. Like I said, that one's just a lot of colors, so. Okay, so now I just want to get away from the draw application data and jump into some youth opportunities. This is my son. I just want to show that, tell him he was really excited I was using this picture. This is on the limited entry turkey hunt that this spring. This is his actually second turkey permit, and he's only 12. So it's really impressive. He was excited for me to use it. Anyways, I just wanted to kind of go over, you guys will get a lot of questions as RAC and board members about youth opportunities, stuff that we, offer to the youth, because that is a main thing people want to know. They want more youth out there. They want the youth to draw permits. But I also wanted to let you guys know that we do offer a lot already, and this will help those conversations. So we do give 20% of all of our general season buck deer permits to the youth. If a youth draws out for any legal weapon hunt, that means they can hunt all 3 seasons, or some units 4. So if they draw out for that rifle hunt in October, they can hunt the archery, the muzzleloader, and the rifle season. But they can't do that if they draw out on the archery hunt. It's only the rifle season. We give 20% of the dedicated hunter quota to the youth. And I can definitely send this as a PDF to you guys, so you guys have these as tools to use in conversations. So then you guys can just pull it up when you have these talks. We give 750 youth any bull elk permits. That increased this year. It used to be 500. And this year the board approved an additional 250 permits to go through the draw. This is the hunt where they get to hunt the any bull units, but in September. And it's only the draw only permit. And then on top of that, we have an additional 20% general season archery buck permits. So we take the archery quota that's been approved and we give additional 20% of those to the youth that they can purchase over the counter in July. Then we also have this new mega awesome tag for the youth, the unlimited general season elk permit. This is new this year as well. If a youth purchases this permit, they can hunt any season, the archery, the muzzleloader, the 2 any bull rifle units, and they can go back and forth between any bull or spike units. They just have to take, if they're on a spike unit, they have to hunt a spike. If they're on an any bull unit, they can hunt any bull. There's a question, hold on, yeah.
Lindy, I'm sorry, I do have a question. What you just said about the additional 20% general season archery buck permits?
Yeah.
Being available purchase over the counter,
They are, yeah, you can buy them over the counter, they're right now.
any unit.
Yeah, so they do sell out. Some of the units do sell out, but yeah, all the general season units, we give a 20% of the archery percentage. So it's 20% of 20%.
Okay.
And
thank
those
you.
go on sale mid-July just for the youth.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a great thing if they say, my youth didn't draw. You know, well, we have these archery permits. Teach your kid to pull the bow. Yeah.
So one thing on the unlimited general season elk permits for the youth, this number may have changed a little bit, but we've sold right around 3,700 of those permits, and almost half of those are to youth that have never had an elk permit before.
Yeah.
So kind of excited about that change.
Yeah, it's amazing. We didn't expect that kind of number, but we're excited to get those youth involved. But yeah, so these youth have plenty of big game opportunity to get out there. They may not be drawing a limited entry permit for elk, but they can go do this general season and get to experience trying to hunt an elk or a deer if they want to pick up a bow. Someone's in trouble. And then new this year as well we had a license fee increase this year, but we did leave the youth for buck deer and bull elk for general season at the same price as it was. So youth do have a reduced permit cost, like fee. Instead of the new $46 that we will be paying as adults, the youth will stay at $40. There's another page of youth opportunity. We give 20% of our antlerless elk permits to the youth. We give 15% of the quota to the greater sage grouse, sharp-tailed grouse, swan, and sandhill crane permits to the youth. We do 15% of all of our limited entry turkey permits to the youth. And we allow the youth to hunt the general season if they don't harvest during the limited entry season. So technically a youth could hunt from middle of April to the end of May for a turkey. And once that general season opens, the general season unit timeframe, like May 1st-ish, they can hunt statewide. They're not stuck to the unit that they drew out for. And the fall turkey permits, they get 15% of those. with a reduced permit fee. And then there's unlimited general season spring turkey permits. That's that general season I was talking about that usually is around May 1st-ish till the end of May. You know, those are unlimited. But they do have a 3-day youth date that's set aside just for them. So there's 3 days before the hunt even opens that the youth get to go hunt on. Another page for youth is the chuck and the gray partridge. There's special youth dates. That's for them. That's held statewide. We have pheasant and quail. We have special youth dates for them. We have youth pheasant hunts that are sponsored using pan-reared birds. Waterfowl, we have youth dates that they can go out in September. We have the hunter mentoring program where if an adult draws out on a permit, they can mentor youth on their permit. So youth can still experience that if the adult's willing to share it. And we have the trial hunting program. So that's a 3-year program. So if a youth isn't quite sure if they know they want to get into hunting, we require hunter education in the state of Utah, but the youth can go and take this trial hunter ed course, and they can apply or purchase a general season permit using that trial hunter ed program for 3 years. And then if they want to continue hunting, if they like it, then they would have to go take hunter education to pursue more. And then we, of course, offer reduced combination and hunting licenses fees. So they pay less than we do as adults. Any questions on youth? Yeah, go ahead.
Have you guys ever pushed this information out on your socials?
We have. I've had these slides for several years, and I slowly, but yeah, we have. But we try to do it every so often.
Okay, I know it's always a question. You know, why didn't my son draw or my
Yeah.
you know? And I just don't know if I've ever seen this put together like
Yeah.
this. I knew about a lot of this stuff, but
never like
most
seen it.
people don't. So
Yeah, no, and that's a great idea just to push it again. But yeah, we have before. One thing I want to point out about the age of youth, before 1988, so most of us in this room were born before 1988, you had to be 16 or older to hunt big game. 1988 was the first year that we allowed 14-year-olds to apply for big game species. And then in 2008, we implemented the age of 12 to be allowed to apply for general season only. You still had to be 14 to apply for limited entry once in a lifetime. And then in 2017, we lowered that age to 12 to be eligible to apply for limited entry in once in a lifetime. So we definitely want the youth involved. We want to recruit them. We want to help them. And, you know, we, throughout the years, are doing things, adding more things. But we do offer a lot to the youth. Okay, next one. I wanted to just do a brief. You guys get questions about these. This is a lot of this information I'm presenting to you guys today is just random questions I get from RAC and board members all the time. So I kind of want to talk about our surrenders and our variance processes. So the question is, what is a surrender? We allow hunters to surrender their permit that they drew out for any reason. We don't say you only can this, and this. It's the only way you can surrender. But if you have obligations that come up that you can't hunt, we allow you to do it. But however, we do have stipulations to that. You have to surrender your permit 30 days or more before the hunt starts to get your previous acquired bonus or preference points back. And you will not earn one for the current year. That was put into place several years ago where before you used to get all your points back, and we saw an increase in surrenders. It was a lot of people wouldn't surrender their permit until like the day before the hunt started. And then we wouldn't be able to reallocate those permits back out. So we changed that 3 or 4 years ago. So now if you want your points back, you guys surrender your permit 30 days before the hunt starts, but you won't get one for the current year. If you surrender your permit 30 days or less than 30 days before the hunt start, you don't receive any of your bonus or preference points back, but the waiting period will be waived. However, people do get injured, they do get sick. So you can surrender your permit due to medical reasons, and if approved, you will get all of your previously accrued bonus points or preference points back and one for the current year. But they do have to give us documentation by an MD and all that information to letting us know that they are actually having medical reason. I can see a question.
Yeah. Have you seen the improvement you guys were hoping for on the number of surrenders?
I'm going to show you. Yeah. So on the next slide, I'll answer that question. In Utah, we do allow group applications. But when it comes to surrenders, so if you obtain your permit through a group, all members of that group must surrender their permit to get your points back. If one member surrenders their permit out of your group, they won't get their points back unless all of you do. Unless it's for a medical reason, then that's I'm trying to think of like a situation that does come up a little bit when we'll help those guys out. But if the whole group doesn't surrender, you won't get your points back. But you'll never get the point for the current year. And then same thing, if you surrender less than 30 days, and even if the whole group does, you guys won't receive your points back, but the waiting period will be waived. Okay, so to answer your question, so a couple of years ago, we saw a huge, so 2019, this is when this is the year I took out the rule change, because we were seeing a lot of big game permit surrenders. So when I say big game, I'm talking about limited entry and once in a lifetime only. This does not include general season. We were seeing 723 permits surrendered. So that's almost 11.5% of the total of big game permits offered through the draw surrendered back into us. And a lot of these permits were surrendered a couple days before the hunt started. So we weren't able to get these permits back out to our hunters. So it was lost opportunity. So we made the change about losing your point for the year. And as you can see, we started seeing a decrease in surrenders, but we're still seeing high numbers. This 2022, we had 412 permits surrendered into us, which is still 6% of our of the big game permits, which is still a lot when the people want to hunt, but things happen. But at least we're not going up. We are seeing a little bit of a trend down. Okay, and then I want to talk to you guys about a variance. The state of Utah, the Division of Wildlife, we offer what we call a variance. And what that is to grant relief to hunters who cannot use their permit because of event or condition beyond their control. And when I say qualifying event, these are the reasons. Personal injury or illness, a death or significant injury or illness of immediate family member, your mobilization or deployment under the U.S. Armed Forces, public health organization, public safety organization in the interest of national defense or national emergency. And then COVID-19 related personal health concerns. That one was added to the variance rule when COVID came out strong. But these are the only events that qualify for a variance. And a lot of people will, opening morning, you go out and you fall and break your leg. This does happen every year. And so, they're out on their once lifetime hunt, limited entry hunt, and they break their leg and they're done. We do have a way to grant relief if they've hunted less than one day. So if they've hunted more than opening morning, we cannot help these individuals. But if it's opening morning, we do have a variance that we can do this. So what happens if they are approved for a variance? We can reinstate their bonus or preference points. So the division may grant a variance by restoring their bonus or preference points and waiving the waiting period for the following permits. So general season permits, limited entry, public CWMU permits, and once in a lifetime permits. So when I say public, that means they're the ones that go through the draw versus a private voucher that's sold from the operator. The division also may grant a season extension of a variance extending the hunting season to the next year. So if it's a certain type, a once in a lifetime permit on a moose, you break your ankle the first morning, and you turn in the proper documentation, you get that permit into my possession, we can extend that hunt to the following year for that individual if they choose, or they can have their points reinstated. But we only do season extensions for once in a lifetime conservation permits, private limited entry landowner permits, the expo permits, the poultry reported reward permits, and CWU permits that are obtained through the operator. Those are the only ones that we'll do a season extension for. The rest of them, because these permits, other than the once lifetime, don't have points associated with them. So how do we restore points when there's nothing associated? But we do that. So I wanted to kind of show you guys how many variances that we prove each year. This is the 4-year trend. As you can see, 20 and 21, a lot of those were COVID related because we were still in that COVID timeframe. And then, as you can see, the ones that we've reinstated their points and the ones that we've extended to the following year. A lot of those extended are your conservation or your CWU permits. And we can't extend a CWU permit if the operator won't accept it. If the operator says, I can't take on one more hunter, we can't extend it. So, any questions on variances? These ones are super complicated, but I wanted you guys to know that there is an option. So when you guys do get that call, you guys have it in the back of your head, like, oh, I've heard something like this. I know who you can call to get help, and you send them my way. Yeah.
Why don't you allow the variance on the limited entry permits?
We used to, and the numbers were so high. Hundreds of limited entry permits were extended to the following year, and it started taking a biological, like we started making like a dent. Like we were taking way too many, not enough 1 year and too many the next year. But yeah, we used to. It was almost 8 years ago, and we switched it because it was way bad, and we didn't have the surrender numbers that we have these too. So. And that is all I have. Unless anyone else has any questions for me, please ask.
I have one.
Yeah.
So when we publish the general season deer draw data, and that's a preference point system. So, the person with the most points draws the tag. Oftentimes when I look over that data, I'll see someone that's in a very high point category for that specific unit, but they didn't get a permit. What are we representing there? Was that someone who applied for the hunt, but they maybe drew their limited entry deer tag, so they were ineligible? Is that what that is?
There's usually two reasons for that, because we only show by individuals. We don't show group applications on there. We show, like, if there's a group of 4 applying, we show how much individually, how many points they had on that report. So the first one, it would be yes, we show who's applied. They may not be eligible anymore because they drew limited entry or dedicated hunter. Or they apply as a group with people that had 0 points, which then, if you take the average of whatever, how many people have, they may not have had enough points to draw as a group of 4. So usually there's always an explanation, but the draw odds report doesn't show the explanations. They're hard to publish because you always see those. So. And then just remember, when people ask you about the draw odds, it is only first choice on there. We're only showing people that draw the first choice. And we do have people draw on their 2nd through 5th choice, and doesn't reflect that. So. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Is that better? What are you coming up for? What happened? Oh, you are? But you're going to play the video, right? Okay. But I figured we'd start with a little bit of a hype video. Waits to recognize this when it happened on the Ponsagon. So I just kind of want to give a 30,000 foot view of everything we are currently doing for deer. This doesn't mean we know everything, doesn't mean we're always right, but there's a lot there. And with that, we'll start with the video and move forward. Thanks, Mike. All right, so maybe not everybody, but I think a video like that gets a lot of us in this room excited. There is really a lot that the state of Utah is doing for deer. I'm going to take a second and just brag about our folks. I sit down and I meet with a lot of other Western states. I just spent last week in meetings with Wyoming and Colorado, and nobody can touch the amount of data that Utah has as far as deer. We collar, on average, big game animals between 800 and 1,400 big game animals a year. We're almost always over 1,000. And every time we collar an animal, we get body condition scores. And I'll show you in just a second why that's super important. Just as an example of some of our neighbors, Wyoming really ramped up this year. They collared almost 1,000 animals and they got body condition scores on about 100, right? And along with those body condition scores, we then go out and every chance we get cause-specific mortality. So when we put one of these collars on a deer, we get some really interesting things. One is 2-hour point locations. Should I not hold this? One is 2-hour point locations. So every 2 hours, feels like it's going in and out. Every 2 hours, we know where that animal was. We know how it's using the landscape. And then we can relate it back to how fat that animal is in December, how healthy it is. Fat is a great index for health, right? So one side of the collaring effort is to show us herd health, how fat they are, how well they survive, and what killed them. The other part is how they use the land, right? So the first thing I want to go through is just what we've learned from a herd health perspective. My computer just, hope I remember my password.
Check.
All right, so go out, we capture, we collar. This is how we get body fat, right? We bring every animal back into a staging location. We weigh every animal, and then we process every animal in a very similar fashion. And we have extreme consistency in this. We only allow a few people to take these metrics to make sure that they're consistent. So you can see here, we use an ultrasound. Thanks. Oh, sweet. Does this one work? Hello? As you can, Mike is really busy. You can hear me? Yeah. Okay, as you can see here, we use an ultrasound to look at rump fat. Now, there was a study done. Rachel Cook was a scientist. She had a bunch of tame deer. She fed them at different levels, got different fat levels on those deer, and then took a series of metrics on those deer. And after taking that series of metrics, the way the study reads is that each deer was individually euthanized and then homogenized, right? So it was euthanized and then ground up. And then they went back and correlated which one of those metrics tells how much fat that animal had, total body fat, right? So now we don't have to euthanize the deer to do this. We can just use the ultrasound and a few other metrics and get a total percent body fat. Here's what this study looks like. It's the largest study ever done on mule deer. We're talking almost 3,000 does and almost 1,500 fawns since 2014. That's only through 2021. So there is 2 more years worth of data with a lot in this. But in this analysis, you're not going to see those 2 years, although the extra 2 years probably wouldn't change a lot of that. We've investigated over 1,100 individual mortalities on adult does and over 600 mortalities on fawns. We consider a fawn an animal that's collared at 6 months old in December to that next December where it's a 1.5 years old. And this is what predation, or this is what mortality looks like, excuse me. So at the top, most mortalities, coyote predation, lion predation, malnutrition, and then vehicle. So those top 4 we're going to look at, all right? But it's important to note, this is where the data starts to matter because not all mortalities are equal. Malnutrition, coyote, cougar, and vehicle collision. Okay, so when we do a random sample of deer across the landscape, looking at body fat, these are all those deer across the state of Utah. This is what it looks like, right? So you've got some deer extremely fat, some deer extremely skinny. Then you got the peak where most of your deer are. Make sense? This is that pointer. I can't tell if it works on the screen. All right, so when you overlay malnutrition with that, what do you see? Malnutrition sits on the left side. So if you have body fat going up across the x-axis, malnutrition's that peak is to the left. That means skinny deer die, right? Skinny deer die from malnutrition. So nothing earth-shattering there. Overlay coyote predation. What does this tell you? Coyotes eat skinny deer. Overlay mountain lion predation, and what do you see happen to the curve? It shifts. Mountain lions eat deer in the proportion they're available in the population. Overlay vehicle collisions, and again, what do you see? Vehicle collisions happen in the proportion that the deer are available in the population. Let's do the same thing by age really quickly. So every deer we have in hand, we age. We just published a paper on this with BYU. We're pretty darn good at it. So there's a lot of data that says you can't age deer. We do age deer based on tooth wear. And then we've taken, every time we have a mortality, we then do cementum aging to see how accurate we were. We're within a year or 2 almost always. So again, this tells you that skinny deer are either, age is across the bottom. So skinny deer are either really young or really old. Coyote predation. Coyote predation happens to young animals and old animals, usually. And then you switch to mountain lion predation, and what happens? Again, mountain lions take deer in the proportion they're available in the population. And vehicles are the same. Well, how does all this relate? Why does all this matter? So on the x-axis of this graph, on the y-axis, you have survival or likelihood of survival. And on the x-axis, you have December IFBF is total ingested body fat, how fat they are. So the likelihood of an animal just surviving increases significantly the more fat they have on. That's the driver in all of this. The driver is how healthy are these animals? This shouldn't surprise anyone. Again, overwinter survival versus age. Young animals and old animals are more susceptible to death than that prime age class. All right, so we're going to skip to the management implications. So what does this mean? It means that when you separate this out, we always talk about biologists as additive and compensatory mortalities, right? And the definitions can be complicated, but really you can just break it down in your mind to something that's additive, right, is impacting a population and probably wouldn't have happened otherwise, right? And something that's compensatory may have died anyway. And so it might be a mountain lion that got it, or not a mountain lion, but it might be a coyote that killed it, but it would have starved to death anyway, right? That's how you have to look at compensatory. So the data that we get out of this is mountain lions and vehicle collisions are probably additive sources or can be additive sources, depending upon densities. And that malnutrition in coyotes are likely compensatory, right? Now, we can address a lot of this through how we manage. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Mother Nature plays the largest role, and we come in second. But we can start to address malnutrition through habitat projects, and we can address predators and roads by highway fencing and how we manage predator populations in relationship to their prey. All right, so that's one half of the data that we get. This is the other half. I'm going to refresh this because if not, I'm sure it'll lock me out. Again, I'm going to brag on our staff for just a second. This is a program called Wildlife Tracker. We are the only state in the nation that has anything like this. Any other state, most of their tracking data sits in a CSV file, and they've got to spend a lot of time to upload those points, animate those points, whatever they're going to do. This is current collars as of 2 hours ago. This is every species, every animal that we have collared across the state of Utah and their distribution. We can look on this. All the biologists have access to this. And this is one of the things that we can go back then and see how really fat animals use the landscape, how really skinny animals use the landscape. Where predation occurs. You can add all this up, and it helps biologists better manage their units. It also helps us to comment on what projects on the landscape will start to affect deer populations. Here's a quick example of a query that any biologist could run. And let's just do deer on the book cliffs, if that's all right with everybody. Mule deer. Let's do a custom date range so we can see the migration. All right, so in this, it's going to display 60 animals and 33,000 points over the date range from October 1st of last year to November 15th of last year. And that's what that looks like on the landscape, right? So anybody who's familiar with the book cliffs knows that this is a very narrow band of summer range right along here. And then those animals go to the north and go to the south. With a couple clicks, a biologist can look and see what that means. There are all the animals. Right now in summer range, at the top is your date as it goes along. So we're already into October 6th. Pretty quick, they start to move. There they go. Okay, so everybody knows that this area has a lot of oil and gas, a lot of other activities going on in it. And these types of data help us say things like, hey, we get it. It's multiple use. If you're going to do this activity, we would ask that you stop by October X, because that's when those deer are going to come into that area. Or if you're going to do this activity, we would ask that you avoid this area right here, because a lot of animals use that as a corridor. Or if we're going to build a road here, we probably need a crossing at area Y, because this is definitely a corridor. So this helps us address landscape uses, where to do habitat projects, where to have highway fencing, and how to help other entities that really want to do good things for wildlife and also still have other goals and other missions to accomplish those in a way that it can be productive for anyone. Super awesome tool, super grateful to have it. Why does all this matter? It all comes back in, and we say this all the time, that buck abundance and buck numbers don't drive populations, but population size does drive opportunity and buck numbers, right? So we compile all of these data, our survival data, our classification data, our health data, our land use data, and we use all of those data, right, to determine how many buck permits we can issue and still hit our management goals. Right? It's not a guess, it is our best effort. So when you model something, right, there's a couple things. One, when you model a wildlife population, you're almost always looking back. You look back on that last year, and it's just like looking back at your bank account. I mean, populations model like money. So if you knew you spent $10 yesterday, that's your harvest, $10, $10. And you didn't check your bank account yesterday, but you go check it today, and you have $90 in there today, you know that you had to have had at least $100 in there in order to make that $90 today. And wildlife models exactly the same. That's the whole reason we take buck-doe ratios, we account for survival, we account for doe harvest, we account for all these things, is to say, okay, if we know we harvested this many males, we know we had this many does survive, we know we had this many fawns come into the population, and we know we had to have had at least this many animals to make this buck-doe ratio work. If not, it would be different. So biologists verify these data with on-the-ground observations, and they come in, and this is just a model. It's just a permit calculator. We'll just run through one example of some of the types of data. This isn't all the data they look at, but some of the types of data they look at when they make a buck deer recommendation. So they come down, and this is we're using some data here from 2022 that we just extrapolated to 2023 because we don't have those data yet. We haven't done postseason classification, obviously. But desired public permits are 7,800. Okay. Were 7,800 the previous year. And they come down and they look at what that meant, right? So for the last 5 years, what did permits issued result in when it comes to percent success? Here's a question for the group. When you look at these different percent successes over the years, you go from 22 on your low to 35 on your high. What is the difference? Why were they only at 22% success 1 year? What's the biggest driver in percent success on mule deer buck hunting? Overall number of deer. And specifically the overall, it's the number of bucks. Success changes with the number of bucks on the landscape. You'll see that last year they finished with 22 bucks per 100 does, a lot of bucks on the landscape, almost 36% harvest success. If you get down a little bit lower, that drops quite a bit. So this calculator then takes into account, we know how many we have from all the data that we take, which is about 20, if I remember correctly, it's about 28,000 modeled deer on that unit. I believe this spring, the last time I checked, these were the survival rates. And let's just run a scenario. We usually don't harvest that many of those on this unit. Okay. And then that gives us the likelihood of what will happen under those three different successes, the high, the average, and the low. And a biologist takes these data, but then combines it with real world applications. And I think that's probably the most important thing, is this isn't just a plug and play exercise. This is years and years of experience and on the ground observations when they make this recommendation, right? You've got to know that what your caller's telling you are true. They spend hours and hours in the field, and that's how they know when a piece of data may be off or on. There's one more thing I want to mention on this, and as RAC members, you're going to hear this a lot. We manage at the population level, right? We can tell you what buck-doe ratios are. We can tell you how many deer are out there. We can tell you, now, is it all right? No, but it's all good. And you follow trends. And wildlife users experience deer or animals at a different level, right? They experience it at the timber canyon level, at the hunting level. And so when you have somebody come to you and say, I don't know how this could be correct. I hunted here and I didn't see anything. They're not lying, they're telling the truth, right? I have portions of my favorite unit that I'll go back to because I went there as a kid, and there are no deer there. I'll spend a day there every year, and every year I'm frustrated, and I ask myself why I did this again, but I know the unit's doing okay, and that's a really hard answer for somebody to receive. You know, we're meeting our management objectives or exceeding our management objectives, and they're not lying when they say, right here, I'm pretty frustrated with what's going on. So both can be true. All right. So that's like wildlife management, deer management, 30,000 foot view, a lot crammed into that. And I'm probably, Staci, how close am I? Holy cow. It leaves me 4 minutes to jump onto my next topic, which I really, really wanted to talk to you all about. And it doesn't have a presentation. It doesn't have any fancy applications. It just has something that I want to bring up. I've been fortunate enough and lucky enough in our agency to navigate the public process a lot, more than most. Justin and myself have done this more than most people in the agency. And the truth is, I really enjoy it. I love it. I love interacting with our public. I love interacting with our RAC members and board members. It's one of my favorite things about my job. And this is something that Justin and I are always talking about, and that is, Justin, there's a mic right here. I'll just ask you a question. Do you remember the permits that were changed when you presented the big game permits in 2015 to the board?
No.
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 That's right. But I'll bet you remember times when you were, I'll bet you remember how you felt at different times during the RAC process. So we are not always going to agree. We're not always going to see it eye to eye, and that is okay. It's okay. As board members and RAC members, you're receiving a lot of input and pressure and other things. We're going to present you with what we feel like are the best recommendations we can. And you're going to have other pressures, and that's okay. We do ask, however, that we are respectful of each other and nice to each other. I still will never forget a RAC meeting that I attended in 2019 in southern Utah, where I finally had to stand up and say, either the crowd stops yelling or I'm going to leave. I couldn't even speak at the microphone. And I won't ever forget that experience. It was pretty hard. I don't remember what passed in the deer plan. I don't remember what, I don't remember those things. It doesn't matter. I don't remember what the permits were, but you'll always remember how you felt. And this goes to our staff too. We're going to be respectful of public comment. We're going to be kind. We're going to listen, and that's okay. And we just ask for that in the public process in its entirety. We're going to be respectful. We're going to be kind. So with that, deer management, and then a plea for us to be good to each other. Are there any questions? It's pretty rapid. Okay. Well, thanks, everyone.
Okay, so I think Covy just gave a broad overview of wildlife management in the state. I'm going to kind of take the fish end of things. So my name is Randy Oplinger, and I'm the Coldwater Sportfish Coordinator for the DWR. And really what I'm going to talk today about is about how we make our management decisions within the aquatic section of the division. So particularly, I'm going to focus on how we take biological information and information from our constituents, which is largely our anglers, but other stakeholders as well. And we use that to drive our fisheries management decisions here in the state. Before I get into the process we follow, however, I'm just going to take a second to talk a little bit about the goals of our fisheries management program in the state. Really, our primary goal is to maximize the satisfaction of our constituents, who again are largely our anglers here in the state. But we're also tasked with conserving, enhancing, and do what we can to actively manage our protected wildlife populations in the state. So that includes our sportfish species you hear about, but we're also charged with protecting, conserving, and enhancing native fish populations in the state. And there's a lot of minnows and other species that fly under the radar that are things that we manage and conserve and protect here. Another one of our goals is really to make our rules as easy to understand as possible. We do a lot to simplify our rules and make it such that they're having the biological impact that we would like them to have, but they're also interpretable by the public. Digging a little bit deeper into some of our objectives with our fisheries management here in the state, really what we're trying to do is ensure that prospective regulatory and management and conservation changes are first scientifically sound. Second, follow through on strategies that we've got both in the Division Wildlife Resources Strategic Plan, and also we've got an internal aquatic section strategic plan. We're trying to follow through on those strategies. We're trying to address any concerns that our constituents or anglers might have. And we're also trying to conform to interstate agreements that we've got. We've got agreements regarding how we stock fish, for example, with the federal government and other states border us. And we take those into consideration as we manage our fisheries in the state. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up a flow chart here that really kind of goes through our fish management process here in the state. There's a lot of information on this flow chart. I'm going to quickly go through this flow chart, and it's going to seem very rapid, but then what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend the rest of the presentation digging a little bit deeper into this flow chart and the process that we follow. Really, the first step in our process for managing our fisheries in the state is we set objectives for those fisheries. So these are our benchmarks. This is how we evaluate the performance. We've got metrics in place that we use for our waters that we use to tell us if that fishery is functioning how we would like that fishery to function. The next step in the process is we collect data about our fisheries. The third step is we use that data and we review it and we make recommendations about management changes that we might want to make on our fisheries across the state. If we look at the decisions that we might make, in a lot of cases, we decide we're not going to change the management of our fisheries. And the reason for that is the data is telling us that those fisheries are meeting their objectives. They're performing how we would like them to perform. There's really no need for us to make a management change. But if we do decide that we need to make a change because our data is telling us that we're not meeting the objectives that we set, then there's various courses of action that we can take. So some of the changes that we might make are stocking, habitat, or public access changes. Those kind of changes are things that the Division of Wildlife Resources can do without RAC or Wildlife Board approval. But one of the big management tools that we've got for our fisheries are regulation changes, and regulation changes go through a review process through the RACs and Wildlife Board. And then to kind of close things up for this flow chart that I'm putting up here, you'll see there's a couple arrows that go back to the top. And the reasons we got these arrows going back to the top is this process is adaptive, it's iterative. We don't assume that when we make a change to our fisheries, that management change is going to produce the desired income. We're hoping that it moves us in the right direction. We hope it meets our final objectives and moves us the direction we want it to go. But that's not always the case. So we're always in a process where we're collecting data, reviewing our fisheries, determining whether our fisheries are meeting their performance benchmarks or not, and then we're adapting how we manage our fisheries in response to the data that we receive. So like I said, I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into this flow chart and kind of talk about the specific processes that we undergo. The first one is setting objectives. Then I'm going to talk about how we collect data, and I'm going to talk about our process for reviewing data and making recommendations. So like I said, the first step in this process is we set our objectives for our fisheries or our benchmarks. These are how we want to see these waters perform. There's really a couple of different ways that we set these benchmarks. Oftentimes we set them through internal processes. We look at basically our past experience on other fisheries, and we set them as an agency, these benchmarks that we would like to see for our waters. We particularly do this on our smaller, kind of less high profile fisheries in the state. But when we're working with some of our higher profile fisheries, we go through more of a public or constituent driven process at setting these performance benchmarks. I should clarify, when we're setting these objectives, these benchmarks, these things are very often things like catch rates that our anglers experience when they're out fishing. They can be related to the size of the fish that people catch. Sometimes they're related to the condition of the fish that people catch. And sometimes these benchmarks have nothing to do with the fish that people catch. They might deal with other factors within a population. Just to give you an example, at Strawberry Reservoir, our management plan at that reservoir has some benchmarks related to Utah chub. Utah chub are a not sport species, but they're a species that have times become overabundant in that reservoir and impacted the quality of the fishery. And we've got some benchmarks where we try to keep the Utah chub population below a certain level where it has impacts on that water. So those are some examples of the benchmarks that we set. When we go through a public process, when establishing these, frequently what we're taking out are habitat, species, or water body specific management, conservation, or monitoring plans. So like I said, the first step in our process is we set these benchmarks. The second step in our process is we go about collecting the data so we can evaluate whether the fisheries are meeting those benchmarks or not. What we try to do is use scientifically validated approaches to collect and analyze the data to evaluate whether our fisheries are meeting their objectives or not. And then more or less, we're taking the results from our data collection efforts and we're comparing them against those performance benchmarks to see if we're meeting them or not. There's really three forms of data that we collect that we use to drive our fisheries management decisions across the state. The first is what we call biological monitoring. These are the standard monitoring applications or efforts that the division carries out. You'll frequently hear us talk about gill netting, electrofishing, pike netting, trawling, doing hydroacoustic assessments. These are all monitoring methods that we have, and this list isn't inclusive. There's a larger kind of range of methods we employ, but these are some of the most common ones. But what these methods do is they provide us really trend data on how our fisheries are performing. And these are tools we use to collect data on our fisheries. As we do this, we're following established standard monitoring protocols that have been worked through by the American Fisheries Society, which is really the professional society of fisheries biologists in the country, where they've sat down, they've really evaluated effective, non-biased methods for collecting data on fisheries, and we're applying their recommendations as we go about our monitoring. Our second source of data that we use for evaluating our fisheries comes from biological research. We use research to address more in-depth questions that can't be answered through our traditional monitoring efforts. How we kind of go about doing research is we do kind of an annual process where we sit down and we review our potential research projects that we're considering across the state. And then what we try doing is matching those projects up with the researcher who's best suited to perform the work. If you look at the range of researchers we use, we will often use university partners to conduct work, but we also have well-trained staff within our own agency that often carry out research efforts. For example, up in Logan, we've got what we call the Aquatic Animal Health and Research Center. There we've got master's degree or PhD level biologists there whose job is to carry out research. So when we go through this process, what we're trying to do is figure out the research that needs to be done and who the best researcher is to do that work. Sometimes it's outsourced to outside sources like universities. Sometimes we tackle it internally. It just depends on the situation and the qualifications of the people who need to, or maybe looking at that research. When we do farm it out to outside sources, we do collaborate with those outside researchers during all steps of the process. And that's really a quality assurance step to help ensure that the final results that we get back are providing us the information we need to make decisions about how we manage our fisheries. The final source of data, we use our constituent surveys. So these are often surveys of our anglers to get some kind of feedback about how our anglers feel about our fisheries. These constituent surveys are largely assessments of the behaviors, the preferences, and the satisfaction among our constituents or our anglers here in the state. Oftentimes, these also provide us an indirect assessment of the quality of our aquatic wildlife populations here in the state. And what I mean by that is sometimes we get feedback from the public telling us, for example, they're not catching a lot of fish to the water. Well, the reason they're not catching a lot of fish may be because the population of fish is small. It might not be. That's not always the case. There's situations where our data shows that the fish population is robust and people just aren't catching them because they're using the wrong techniques or they're difficult to access, et cetera. So this is indirect, but oftentimes this is a red flag to us. If we do these surveys and we get feedback back telling us that people aren't catching fish, it tells us there might be something up with our population. The other thing we use these constituent surveys for is really an assessment of public support for prospective management or conservation actions that we might take. So we oftentimes might do an online survey and we ask within that survey some questions to basically gauge public support for some kind of management or conservation change that we're looking at making. When you look at some of our common constituent surveys that we conduct, one of our biggest ones is a 5-year statewide angler survey that we do in conjunction with Utah State University. That survey really gives us a broad overview of our fisheries and our fishery management program in the state and really trends among our anglers. We use this to evaluate things like changes in just species preference on a statewide level or how people are accessing water bodies, for instance, so we're seeing more shore anglers or more boat anglers. We've been doing this survey now for, I think, going on 50 years or so. So it's a long-term data set where we could really track trends in just changes in our angling public and what their preferences are. Another kind of constituent survey that we do are very topic or water body specific surveys. Oftentimes these are like online surveys that we conduct. Just to give you an example, a couple years ago, we did a survey at a few waters kind of in the Tooele area. So it was focused on Grantsville Reservoir, Settlement Canyon Reservoir, and Vernon Reservoir. And that survey was targeted to get at angler perceptions of that fishery and support of our anglers for prospective management changes of those waters. The other kind of survey we do frequently are what called creel surveys. You'll hear us call them creels a lot. We do a lot of these. And what creel surveys really are, it's us putting our staff on a water and interviewing anglers more or less as they're fishing or right after they're pulling off a water body. And what these surveys do is they provide us information about the actual number of fish people are catching and what their catch rates are. These surveys are valuable for us. We do them really, again, as people are fishing or right after they're done fishing for the day. And what that does is it takes recall bias out of this. We're able to directly see fish, measure fish, count fish, and have an understanding of what anglers or the performance of our anglers across the state. So that's another common kind of constituent survey that we conduct. So again, we're taking data from our biological monitoring, our research efforts, and these constituent surveys. And then we're putting all that data together and we're trying to parse out what that data is telling us. And basically what we're doing is we're making management changes for fisheries that are failing to meet their benchmarks based on the objectives that we've set for those fisheries and what the data that we're getting back is telling us. When we come up with initial management changes or recommendations, we usually review them internally and some of the constituent groups who are involved in the planning process before we roll them out on a more public basis. So we've tried to get buy-in internally and with some of our close partners before we take them out a little bit more broadly. So that is a quick summary of the first 3 steps of this process. So setting our objectives, collecting data, and then reviewing that data and making recommendations. Now, just to close things out, what I want to do is how we talk about how we take our recommendations and put them into action on the ground. So coming out of us making recommendations, we're going to come up with a preferred recommendation on how we want to change the management of our fishery. Again, there are instances where the data tells us that we're not going to make a management change. That's when our fisheries are meeting their objectives. But when we are looking to make changes, again, often we're making changes in how we stock fish, we're making changes in fish habitat, or we're making public access changes, or we're looking at regulation changes. Now, when we go through a regulation change process, that does require additional review. That requires review from the RAC and Wildlife Board, which is why you guys are all involved in this process. So to kind of dig into that a little bit more, like I said, there are some specific actions that we carry out that require RAC or Wildlife Board approval. Specifically, those are rule or regulation changes for our fisheries. And another example is when we reclassify the status of our fish in the state. So one example of that is last year we took through the RACs and Wildlife Board the reclassification of round-tailed chub, turning them from a native species into a sport fish here in the state. So that's an example of something that we sometimes take out, and that is something that is a RAC and Wildlife Board action item. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there are some actions that we carry out in terms of changes in the management of our fisheries that do not require RAC or Wildlife Board approval. Specifically, these are habitat improvements. Another example are direct population manipulation. So these are changes in how we stock fish, or there's times where we remove fish through rope known or mechanical removal. Those are things we could carry out without RAC or Wildlife Board approval. And also some modification of various plans and strategies are sometimes carried out. As I mentioned, there's also times where we don't move forward with a particular action based on our recommendation. We do that oftentimes when it's not justified by the data. So the data doesn't fully support a recommendation that makes it hesitant to move forward with it. We don't move forward if an action is maybe low priority, it's not in our strategic plan, or the course of action is so extensive we really lack the resources, and the benefit of it in the end just isn't worth the actual cost we'd have to invest in that management change. Now, looking at our general process for taking things through the RAC and Wildlife Board process, what we really do is we start off by coming up with our prospective regulation or rule changes, and then we go through a public process where we conduct an online survey to gauge public opinion on our proposed changes. And then what we do is we take the results from that public opinion survey, and we use that to shape our final regulation change recommendations that we're making. And what we're doing is oftentimes we're looking at the information we get from the public, and we're using that to modify our recommendations. And sometimes when we do these surveys, we offer them up in such a way where we might pose to the public multiple options. Would you prefer for this water option A, B, or C? And we're taking that information that helps us gauge or shape our final recommendation. Once we have our final recommendations, we take them to our Attorney General representative for any feedback or support and buy-in that they have for the change. We also review it internally with other division personnel from the other sections, and also the director's office. And then we go ahead and present it to the RAC and Wildlife Board meetings, and then we codify those rule or regulation changes if they're approved by the Wildlife Board. The other thing that we do from time to time are informationals that we provide to the Wildlife Board, to the RACs. Specifically, we're providing those informational presentations where we're looking at carrying out an action that does not require approval by the RAC or Wildlife Board, but might relate to actions in the future that would require RAC and Wildlife Board approval. Another thing we sometimes do is we bring information out for species-specific or water body-specific management plans. We also bring informationals out for Wildlife Board action items. And the final thing is we sometimes use informationals to gauge RAC and wildlife support for potential upcoming regulatory changes. So that's really a broad kind of 30,000 foot overview of how we manage our fisheries and really our management process that we follow within the division. I'd like to thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions about this process and how we manage our fisheries if anyone has any. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Staci, for saving the best for last. No, my name is Eric Edgley, and I'm the Habitat Section Chief for the division. And my objective today is to give you an overall view of what the habitat section does as an informational. I know with board and RACs, there's not a lot of interaction with habitat section or regulatory things that occur with habitat section, but you all need to know that the division is highly supportive and is concerned about habitat overall, and we do a lot of work on habitat for all of our species of wildlife. So start off, talk about some of our primary responsibilities in the habitat section, and I'm just going to talk about some of these things today. But we implement habitat restoration and research. We manage our state wildlife properties. We operate our Habitat Council and other funding programs that are part of the division. We coordinate efforts to do impact analysis, which means advising potential urban disturbances or urban developments as to what kind of wildlife impacts they might have on big game or other species of wildlife. It's a non-regulatory activity. It's all advisement, and we often have lots of good coordination and collaboration with oil and gas, energy industries, and others throughout the state. Our impact analysis program also works along with wildlife section on wildlife crossings issues and the Department of Transportation. We also implement a lot of GIS and spatial analysis projects. A lot of the stuff that Covy showed you with Wildlife Tracker that was developed initially in the habitat section in working with Kent Hersey and others in wildlife section and BYU. And so I'm going to claim some of that, Covy. Then we also do other things like coordinate the Utah's Wildlife Action Plan, which is a broad species approach to wildlife, other species preservation throughout the state, including non-game species. So we'll start with habitat restoration and research. And our primary vehicle for doing habitat restoration in the state of Utah is through Utah's Watershed Restoration Initiative. Hopefully all of you have heard about that and or participated with that. It's a DNR level program that we participate in heavily and was originally started in partnership with Division of Wildlife for the reason of having it at the DNR level is that allowed us to leverage more partners through all of our channels at DNR. But the Watershed Restoration Initiative, or WRI, as you'll hear a lot, is a broad partnership that is developed to improve high priority habitats and watersheds throughout Utah. And so some of the values that we focus on in this program are habitat improvements and biological diversity, including and specifically big game habitats and other game species habitats, but also wildfire prevention and rehabilitation after wildfires, and then water quality and yield as well. So some of our key partners that originally started with the initiative are listed here. Big federal partners. A lot of these partners bring lots of money into this program where for every DNR dollar that's spent, we leverage 2 to 3 additional dollars from these other partners. And again, that's part of the reason of having this DNR partnership is that we can leverage so much more pots of money to do more work on the ground. Other key partners are conservation groups. The last couple of years, I think 2 years ago, the sportsmen's groups or conservation groups allocated or allowed us to work with about $4 million of their funding that came from not only expo permit funds that they contributed or banquet funds as well. And so we are really grateful for our partnerships with these groups and hope to continue that into the future. So how do we do these treatments? Lots of ways to do habitat treatments around the state for various purposes, but this is kind of some examples of some of the mechanical treatments we do, whether it's with an excavator and a bullhog or doing more manual lop and scatter methods. We also do and try to work with the Forest Service and other entities to do prescribed fire Usually when we can do a prescribed fire, we can get a big burn and cover a lot of area and do a lot of good for habitat, especially in higher elevations. We can get some good aspen regeneration going. We also do a lot of rehabilitation after wildfires that weren't planned. And so there's a good amount of our work that goes in and helps to revitalize these areas to be good big game and other wildlife habitat. So that includes a lot of seeding projects. We have a lot of the infrastructure put together. We have a warehouse that is usually stocked full of seed that we can put on these projects as they're occurring. And a lot of it's native species of plants that we promote and propagate, and that we put on the ground as part of our restoration efforts. We do a lot of riparian and stream work. As you'll be able to see in some photos coming up, whatever we do that can improve our riparian corridors is good for all species of wildlife. We do a lot of guzzler projects and repair. Each of our regions is very engaged in big game and other guzzler projects to have more water sources for our wildlife out on the landscape. So this is an example of what we call one of our range trend sites, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. Kind of a before and after. This is on our Cold Spring, no, this is a summer house unit. But this was a burn that occurred in or after 2011, and by 2016, there's quite a bit of aspen regeneration and a lot less conifer going on this area. This is a riparian treatment. The East Fork of the Severe River. So you can see before the treatment, the bank is incised there to the right and causing a lot of erosion problems, water quality problems, difficult for fisheries standpoint. So 1 year past the treatment, this is what it looked like. 4 years past the treatment, you can see a lot of willows growing in. Going to have a lot less water quality issues through this section. And then 9 years later, it's maturing quite nicely. And so there's a lot of this work that goes on too. So just some numbers overall about what the Watershed Restoration Initiative that's, like I say, supported and a lot of the operations work through the Division of Wildlife. So for this last year, we're looking at about 106 completed projects total across the state, totaling about $40 million of spending, which is a lot of money going on habitat projects. When we go to meetings and meet with other states around the West, they're not doing this scale of work that we're able to do because we have this grand partnership, this big machine of a business system that works, that our federal agencies trust us, and they put a lot of money, millions of dollars every year into the WRI system to match with our DWR and DNR funding for habitat improvement projects. And so for this last year, 59 different funding partners, 145,000 acres completed. And some of that was fire rehab and some of it was proactive restoration. And again, 40 million total. And out of those projects, we can say that 113,000 of those acres, over 70 different projects, benefit mule deer specifically. As part of this as well, almost 700,000 pounds of seed as it was applied onto these projects to grow native or other beneficial vegetation for big game and other species of wildlife. And also almost 120 miles of stream and riparian areas were treated. So currently in the system, there are 275 active WRI projects, and some of that's carryover from multiple years of projects get funded for different phases. And so there are 275 currently active habitat restoration projects across the state. For this coming year, the current year that we're in now, we've committed funds for 174 projects through the WRI business system, which could cover up to 300,000 acres of habitat treatments. We had $72 million worth of funding requests come into the system, but we were only able to fund $34 million worth of those projects this year. So you can see this partnership generates all of these really good projects, and we've been able to work at this for so many years now, that there's so many of these projects and so many people that want to be involved. We run out of money way too early, and a lot of it's state money, and there's been federal money issues in some cases for this year. And so, but yeah, we have for the current year, 34 million committed to these projects. These are shovel ready. And it's also worth noting that our costs to complete a lot of these projects continue to rise as our economic and inflation scenario in our country continues on. And so overall, some of our accomplishments through the Watershed Restoration Initiative, which started in 2006, there's been over 2,500 total projects completed with over $348 million worth of funding that's gone through the business system to do this. Over 2,200 stream miles improved, 2.4 million total acres restored or improved, or fires that have been rehabilitated. This includes cultural resource inventories and a bunch of other stuff, 14 million pounds of seed that we've put on the ground. But through all of this, we are able to estimate that we've impacted over 6,000 jobs around the state, because a lot of this work happens with contractors and people out in the rural areas of the state. And so that's been a big focus of our current governor's office and administration, is impacting, beneficially impacting the economy of rural Utah. And so with a total economic output of estimated 843 million, which came from a study through the U.S. Geological Survey. And so overall, since 2006, we've had at least 700 or more partners that have been part of this system. And so it's been a huge success in my mind. And as like I said, as we talk with our colleagues across other states in the West, we keep getting asked every year, how do you guys do this? And it's just, we've been able to build this trust and build this machine that makes it all work. And it's really beneficial to the state of Utah. So into the future, through the Watershed Restoration Initiative, we're continuing to bolster our partnerships, support good fire, which means, it's good to use fire as a tool in the right area at the right time, and can be really good. But probably one of the biggest areas of focus for us, obviously, mule deer is a big thing these days and has been for a long time. But through the WRI, we have been focused on high elevation summer range areas, especially on Forest Service properties, for probably about a decade. But it's not something you could put together in 1 year. That takes years of work with the federal agencies. You have to go through a NEPA process to get those approved. That takes years to get that done. But we're seeing a lot of these come online now, down to the Monroe Mountain and other areas around the state where this NEPA has been completed or is about to be completed. There's lots of good work occurring, and there'll be lots of more high elevation summer range work that'll move forward. So kind of moving away from habitat restoration a little bit, we have what we call our range trend monitoring program, which has over 500 sites around the state that we revisit basically on a 5-year rotation and do a high intense survey of the vegetation and determine kind of the health of the range in that area. And so this is a 25-year data set that we have in our habitat section that's run out of our Great Basin Research Center in Ephraim, Utah. And this continues forward and provides lots of information about how we do habitat work. And as we work with our wildlife section colleagues in the regions and in Salt Lake, helps us better determine where we do habitat projects, where it's needed, where areas are declining, where we need to do more work. And along with this and data from our wildlife tracker and our migration initiative, we're able to key in really well, I feel like, as to where we do habitat work and make sure that we're doing this work in the right places. Okay, so moving on to other things the habitat section does is we have this thing called Habitat Council. our good friend Steve Sorensen back here, and is Randy here? Randy Hutchison? So they have served on the Habitat Council. Steve's on there currently. And the purpose of this council is to vet projects and be part of that WRI process. So one of the buckets of money that goes into WRI are Habitat Council funds. And so those funds are specifically set aside for habitat improvements for big game, sportfish, waterfowl, and upland game. And so we go through and vet projects and review those and approve how we're going to spend up to $3.4 million every year on habitat projects that money specifically comes from legislative appropriation to the Division of Wildlife out of our restricted account. So this is licensed dollars that funds this work. And so also our WMA management budgets come out of this fund. And so for your information, for the current FY24, we have 85 approved projects that are part of the WRI system, where almost $3.4 million of this Habitat Council money is kind of being spread through all of those projects that are in the WRI system. And again, leveraging all of those other partners' money who want in on those projects. And a lot of these projects are also of high interest to our conservation groups, our sportsmen's groups that I mentioned earlier. And so we piggyback on what they're interested in, and to put this money on the ground in good habitat projects through the Habitat Council. Okay, going to move on to the next subject, managing state wildlife lands. So the DWR manages roughly 193 wildlife management areas. Notice I didn't say owned. We co-manage a lot of property, like with our Division of Forestry and Fire state lands, especially on our waterfowl management areas. A lot of that's forestry and fire owned property. But our management footprint is roughly 600,000 acres statewide, which is a big chunk of property scattered all throughout the state. The map on the right kind of shows the areas where these properties are. And I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with some of these are. You can see the ones around the Great Salt Lake that are managed out of our northern region through our waterfowl crew. And so a lot of property around the state that we manage for the purpose of wildlife. As part of this, on these properties, we try to do a lot of habitat improvement and restoration. And with that, there's always lots of significant ongoing maintenance. You can see the well-used signage in the middle there. We replace a lot of signs. Don't shoot the signs, please. But it's a lot of work. And again, this is usually our Habitat Council money that goes to fund a lot of this maintenance. Just to highlight an example, we've talked about it, you've heard about it today already. Cinnamon Creek WMA was probably one of our most recent projects. Was acquired in 2022. It was from the SITLA, or the State Institutional Trust Lands Administration. So there was already public property, and in our northern region, there's not as much open access to public property as in other areas of the state. And so the division felt it was important to try to acquire this from trust lands as they were doing an auction. So this is over 8,000 acres in Cache County mostly, but it contains important habitat for lots of species, deer, elk, moose are in the area, and bears. But it's now a wildlife management area that's open for hunting. So lastly, today I'm going to talk about our wildlife impact analysis program. Like I mentioned before, there's lots of urban development going on throughout the state, especially along the Wasatch Front and even along the Wasatch back. But this program allows us to work, and we have staff in each region that work collaboratively with industries, especially in the energy sector, to avoid and minimize and mitigate for impacts to big game and other wildlife species and their habitats. And so this program works really well. And like I said, we've built these relationships that I've talked about before that allow us, where these industries, they want us involved early. They want our help advising them as to what they're going to face if they try to put a power line in or oil and gas developments in certain areas. And so this has been highly successful. As part of this program, we also work on wildlife crossings throughout the state. We kill a lot of deer on our highways and freeways in Utah. And so since 2015, there have been 4 new underpasses, 6 new underpasses, a new overpass. And we're currently have proposals in coordinated with UDOT for some federal funding to go along with some state funding that was allocated to us during our last legislative session for 4 new underpass or overpass projects around the state. So we'll look at one of those here in a minute. So this is the Parley's Bridge over I-80. It has been very successful in passing wildlife over I-80. Part of these projects often involve a lot of fencing so that you funnel animals to these crossing structures. And so the DOT, the UDOT has been very helpful with spending a lot of money on fencing. And so we try to minimize the amount of money that division has to spend on fencing, because you could blow entire budgets just on fencing in any given year. And so UDOT has been a great collaborator on these projects. So this is an idea, or this is a project focused on Echo Junction, which is one of the locations where we've put in or applied for federal money for a new wildlife crossing in this area, where you can see just below Echo Reservoir, there's just a hot spot for wildlife vehicle collisions. And we kill a lot of elk and deer in this area. And so we're trying to figure out the best way to pass animals through this area so that we don't have so much mortality. And so with that, that's kind of the overview of the habitat section. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to take those. Okay, thanks everybody.
I've never seen such a quiet group, but that's it for the presentations that the division is going to provide. We wanted to open it up for questions on any of our programs. We have staff here, probably things that I can't answer, they for sure could, which is probably a lot. I hope this gave you a broad overview of some of the things the division is involved in. I am amazed daily at the amount of work that our employees are involved in and the numerous programs. And for sure, we want to make sure that we're welcoming to any and all of those activities as we do them, or to elaborate on programs that we have, because most of those programs are because of the great support that we have. But are there any questions for me or for DWR staff, who will also be here if you think you have a really dumb question and just want to ask me, you can come ask me and I'll probably give you a dumb answer. So, but anyway, are there any questions that we can answer and for this group? I also don't mind awkward silence, but okay. I don't think we need anything from anyone here. We, again, appreciate your willingness to help us with the public process, and we appreciate your time today and the time that you took to be here and the time you'll put in over the next few years. So thank you so much.